should do it. Ack. Oh, there. Okay. Good. Phew. For a second, the game wasn't loading on my stream, and I got scared. Excellent. One second. Let me make sure I have everything properly set up here. Oh, crap. Oh, sorry. One second. I forgot a thing. I hate when I do this and I've already gone live. There we go. Okay. All right. Sweet. I remembered that if I'm going to do a giveaway, then I'm probably going to want my bot up and running. And since I have not gotten around to actually setting up like anything other than Nightbot, it's going to be Nightbot. And I was like, oh wait, I have to actually load up Nightbot for it to actually be useful. Anyway, yes. Good evening, everybody. Starting a little early tonight, because I would like to get in as much of this game as I can, because it's real good. It is, yes. I'm sitting next to a window, so there's actually, and it's not dark yet, so there's actually like some natural light coming in from this direction. I know, it's amazing. So, I've mentioned this game obliquely a few times over the past several months to a year, and I have actually been doing QA on this game for quite some time, and it's out now. Today it officially launched. It was supposed to launch yesterday, but shenanigans happened, and so today is the official launch date. And my old place had windows too, and it was I just didn't sit next to them when I was at the computer. I actually kind of wish that there was more window presence in the bedroom, because I like to wake up and actually have sun on. Anyway, okay, never mind. That's neither here nor there. Shenanigans, yes. So anyway, yes. Launch day stream of this game. And so since I have an unfair advantage, and I know this game backwards and forwards, having played it a whole bunch, I'm really going to lean into the audience participation as my plan tonight. I know I usually have a policy of no hints, no spoilers, don't tell me anything, but I'm throwing that all out the window. Tonight, please tell me to do things. Whatever you tell me to do, anything you tell me to like investigate, any leads you want me to chase down, any information you want me to spread around, whatever. You'll see how it works soon enough. But please do tell me to do things. Yes, I'm going to trust your terrible judgment, and it'll be great. I promise. And I will try not to use my insider knowledge too much. Depending on how things go, we'll see. Can I murder Hamlet? Not personally, but there are definitely a number of ways to get Hamlet killed. Yes. Yes, there are. Yes, we can. So, let's get started with the prologue. Oh yes, yeah, I'll may as well do the voice acting a little bit, but there is some voice acting, so I won't do all of it, but yes. Ophelia, there you are, love. And as usual, doesn't even give me so much as a hello, father. Hello, father. That's better. And what are you doing all the way out here? Yes, everyone needs to die. I don't know if it's possible to kill, like, literally everyone, but it's possible to kill almost everyone. It's also possible to make sure nobody dies. But I will leave that up to you. That's better. What are you doing all the way out here? I wanted to be alone a while. It's quiet here.
I see.
Avoiding me, more like. Well, I have a small favor to ask of you. Your brother's in the throne room visiting the king about his voyage, but his majesty tends to run over long. Won't you fetch Laertes for me? Tell him he's tardy. As usual, his trunks are sitting in his chambers, open and empty. At this rate, he'll go to Paris with nothing but the clothes on his back.
Oh.
That would come as no surprise to either of us. Of course not. Much as I try, I cannot help but think of how terribly I'll miss him. And with all that's going on here in Denmark, war brewing and such, I think my hair has gotten a little whiter even as we stand here. The nerves are taking quite a toll on me.
Father.
Father, go and have a stroll. Breathe. I'll fetch Laertes.
My thanks.
This is why you're my favorite daughter. Only daughter. And that as well. I'm gonna turn up the game sound a little bit actually, because it's a little bit quiet. So, I have acquired the information Father's request. And I learned more about Find Laertes. The entry will be updated in the journal. And I learned more about Ophelia and Polonius. Their character bios will be updated in the journal. This is my journal. This is the tutorial. Your Leads tab documents actions you've completed in the past, as well as hints about some mysteries you might uncover. Currently, my only lead is Find Laertes. My father is worried about Laertes' upcoming trip and wants to talk to my brother before he goes. And of course, it falls on me to get him. Where on earth could he be? I've also got a few other bits of the journal. Hello, Empty Eye. This is Elsinore. This is an indie game that just released today, and I've been doing QA on it for the past year or so, little over a year, I think. And since I have the inside track, I decided to do a stream of it and show it off because I think people need to see this game because it's real good, and I want to encourage awareness of it. It's good stuff. Go away, pop-up window. Your Characters tab contains information about characters you've encountered in Elsinore Castle, such as Ophelia, Lady of Denmark. That's me. As the child of a duke, I have some small amount of standing, but as a daughter, I can inherit nothing. I've lived here at the castle all my life. Sometimes I dream about leaving, but where would I go, and what kind of life would I have? Everything I know about the world lies within Elsinore's walls. And then we have Polonius, Chamberlain, Duke of Denmark, my father. Polonius is my father and the king's advisor. He can be a bit addle-brained at times, and he loves to talk a lot, but he really just likes being around people, I think. He always means well. And he's been an attentive father to my brother Laertes and me. Sometimes a little too attentive. It can be stifling. And then we have Hearsay. Your Hearsay tab contains information you can share with the inhabitants of Elsinore Castle. Currently, my only hearsay is Father's request. Father desires to speak to my brother Laertes before he leaves for Paris tomorrow. This is going to be the primary way that I interact with people throughout the game. So, yeah, if there's anybody you want me to talk to, or any, we also have a map here. Anywhere you want me to go on the map, let me know. We can explore a little bit, but since we're in the tutorial, we can't really go too many places. The guards' quarters and our bedchambers are that way, but I can't retire to my room until I find Laertes, like Father asked. Same. Hello, Burstolo. Shiny new game! We have Marcellus, we have Horatio, we have Fountain. I used to play here as a girl. Now, though, with all these heavy skirts, better steer clear. And when you click on a character, you get a context menu for talk, Or never mind. And there's also another option which we'll see a bit later. I can even smell the non-existent packaging, yes. So talking to someone brings up this hearsay menu, and you just click on the thing you want to share with them, and share info.
Marcellus.
I'm looking for my overly tardy brother. Have you seen him around? Ah! Marcellus, are you all right?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Lady Ophelia, he gave me a bit of a spook. Been on edge since last night. Just a difficult night's watch. You look like you've seen a ghost, Marcellus. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Been up a little too late playing cards again, have we? No, not at all. Irma cleaned me out after the last game, and I haven't gone back to her for a game since. Besides, some of the other boys thought that maybe, you know, the most senior guard ought not to gamble as much. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Try to get some sleep tonight. I'll try, I will. As for your brother, I reckon he's meeting with my lord the king to get formal permission for his trip to Paris. Seems a strange thing to do on the eve of his departure.
Yeah, well.
Well, you know how court formalities are, my lady. I don't make the rules.
Yes.
You'll probably find him in the Great Hall.
I see.
Very dramatic, Marcellus. Just trying to be helpful. Okay. Another voice volume is as high as it gets. Weird. Okay. Oops. Oh, okay. So we also have a conversation history if we missed anything in what we just saw. So Marcellus now believes that Polonius urgently needs to speak with Laertes. Marcellus was added to the bio, to our bios, and we also updated our Find Laertes lead a bit. So Laertes and Prince Hamlet are currently getting permission from the king to leave Denmark. They can be found in the Great Hall. Marcellus, Knight Guard of Elsinore. Marcellus has faithfully served Elsinore Castle for several generations of royalty and is a passionate advocate of the throne. He's likely the oldest living man within its walls. He can be a little foggy at times, but years of practice with the sword have rendered him more capable than he seems. Oh, there are going to be Rosencrantz and Guildenstern shenanigans, believe you me. Plenty of them, if we play our cards right. Here we have Horatio.
Horatio.
Laertes is trapped in a meeting, but my father wants to speak with him. Ah, the good and fair Lady Ophelia. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Enough with the poetry, Horatio, you flatterer. I was a poet in another life, you know. That was before I was a foot soldier, then a student. Now I'm, what, a professional friend? That's not a bad life. You've been many things at many times. My apologies for the wallowing. You asked about your brother. Court's being held in the Great Hall, I believe. Oh, I suppose you're right. Head there, and I'm certain you'll be able to tear him away. You know, back in Florence, there is no sense of lateness. Men arrive precisely when they mean to, and meals are 6 hours long. I'd be much slower and larger if that were the case here. Yes, bless Denmark. You Danes are always hurrying somewhere. So we have a Horatio bio now. Friend to Hamlet, soldier, poet. Horatio is Hamlet's schoolmate from Wittenberg. From the look of him, he can't be Danish, but I've never known his origin. He served as a soldier in the last war alongside Bernardo, and from the way he carries himself, he must be of noble birth, though exactly how I'm not sure. He's well-educated and eloquent, and always has something interesting to say. Horatio is cool. He's a good dude. Look at this! More characters!
Lady Bergita.
My father desires to speak with Laertes.
Laertes.
If Laertes leaves, this already desolate place will become a lot more dismal. Somehow I feel this is thoroughly your fault. How? You could have convinced him to stay, couldn't you? I don't control my brother, or his itinerary for that matter. Humph. Now what will I do? Being a lady in waiting is so dismal. Attending to the queen's every little whim, following her from court function to court function. It's tedious, Lady Ophelia. If only I were a sad little half-rank girl with no prospects like you, then I'd be excused from this banality. Just tell me where he is, Brit. You see the door to the Great Hall there. Fetch him yourself. I'm not your scullery maid. Perhaps if he's late enough, he won't have to go to Paris after all.
No.
Unlikely. A French coastal gale is calling his name. Oh, what a divine punishment it is for him to sail off to France, leaving me with a boring sibling. Sorry to disappoint. Alas, can't be helped. You've got disappointment written all over you. Poor little orphan girl.
Brit?
You may be the queen's lady-in-waiting, but I am a lady of the court. Keep your tongue in check.
My lady.
Oh, I know precisely who you are. Lady Brit. What a lovely individual she is. Hippolito Pichardo, thank you for the raid. There is not an option to headbutt people. That's for DLC. Brigitta Brit Brockenhus, lady-in-waiting to Her Highness. Brit is Gertrude's lady-in-waiting. She can be terribly cruel. We've never gotten along since she came to Elsinore 3 years ago. She is the daughter of one of the most powerful noble families in Denmark, as with most of the people here in Elsinore. She dies first. We'll see. I can make it happen, maybe. Actually, she's kind of... Well, okay, never mind. We'll say nothing. Don't want to spoil anything. Laertes is meeting with the king, but my father needs him.
Yes.
He's in the Great Hall, then. Have you been in there yet? Aye, Mike, what's got your father all in a rush, so? Laertes heads to Paris tomorrow. I think father's merely overly worried about his departure. Is that so? Seems the boy has become a man all in a flash. It's been so long since I chased him and Hamlet out of my kitchen with a broom. Then again, probably for the better. My old back can hardly stand that kind of violence. They were little terrors once upon a time. I'll miss him. The queen asked I have the food ready for the evening meal an hour ago, and yet no one here, least of all your brother. My food does not wait for Danes. Danes wait for my food. And Irma, her bio's added. Castle cook, attendant to Her Majesty. Irma is one of the most feared women in Elsinore for her quick temper. She's fiercely devoted to the queen and originally followed Gertrude from Bohemia, where she and Gertrude were both born and raised. Despite her teeth, I've seen that she has a warm side. She loves to gamble, and she's quite good. I wouldn't make a bet against her for all the world. And talking to her triggers a little event. I should probably check on the meal. This is kind of a little, like, display of, like, this fire is, hot, too hot. You can, look at you, Irma, dancing around like a village idiot. You can cause people to do things by presenting them with hearsay. This is an example of that. Have some dignity, but ooh, that pan. And then she just leaves. We can also poke around her kitchen a little bit. The castle cutlery. Irma keeps it spotless every night. Irma's hearth used to cook and bake every meal. It rarely seems to sputter out entirely, and Irma is always working. All of Irma's various pots and pans. Various herbs, ingredients, and salted meat. All of Irma's raw materials. Time advancement is real time. Right now we're in the prologue or the tutorial, so we don't get time doesn't really advance here. But once we get into the game itself, then you'll see how it works. Ahoy, Beardsy! So this is how a lot of this takes place. We have events that we can listen to. Prince Fortinbras will not retreat easily. He is hot-headed, as his father was. He has a temper, my lord.
Bernardo.
Are you questioning my ability to provide for Denmark's battle plan when the time comes, Guard Captain Bernardo? Not at all, my lord. Merely suggesting. Oh, okay, so I actually came in at the end of that. So better give me the report again, Bernardo. So let's actually start at the beginning, because this loops. The Prince of Norway demands we surrender the north.
Fortinbras.
Surrender to Fortinbras? Ha! Phone. The balls of a stallion, that young prince. Fortinbras claims the late King Hamlet, rest his soul, won those swamplands unjustly from his father. My brother won them for Denmark, certainly, but with all the fairness afforded to war. He can shed all the tears he likes for that swampland. I won't bother to hear his complaints.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord. We'll send our reply.
Dearest,
Dearest, what will we do if Fortinbras wages war on our lands regardless? We'll fight him head on. He's an impetuous young boy. No more threat than a gadfly to our throne, my love. That's how my brother would have done it. May he rest in peace.
Yes.
Aye. Yes, yes, my brother's passed, but now is the time for Denmark's new glory. Now is the time for us to expand. With my lovely queen by my side, we will be a force far beyond anything the northern lands have seen before.
Are you certain?
Okay, and then we just get this again. So, we have some more bios to check out. Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, former paramour. Hamlet recently lost his father, the former king, who was also named Hamlet. He used to be very popular among those his age in Elsinore, with a much more cheerful disposition, but he's changed, and not for the better. Look at this mopey face. He's so cute. I want to pinch his little cheeks. Gertrude, Queen Consort of Denmark, mother to Hamlet. The Queen is one of the kindest people I've ever met, and her people love her dearly. Gertrude isn't Danish, but married into the throne via her late husband, the King Hamlet. As is traditional, she remarried to the king's brother after his death. Now she is Claudius's wife. After my mother passed away when I was a child, Gertrude took Laertes and me under her wing. I've been eternally grateful to her for her kindness ever since. Gertrude was born in Austria and is a member of the illustrious Habsburg family. In fact, her father is the Emperor Maximilian I. She's worked incredibly hard to learn Danish and eliminate her accent. I know she has a sister as well who lives outside Denmark. Royal blood runs thick through her veins. Claudius, King of Denmark, uncle to Hamlet. Claudius is the reigning king of Denmark. As the younger brother to King Hamlet, when Hamlet passed away, he inherited the throne. It's hard to get a read on him. He's too formidable for most to talk to directly. He seems comfortable in his power and wields it well, though many find him arrogant and repulsive. Bernardo, Lord of Denmark, Knight Guard Captain. Sir Bernardo is Claudius's right-hand man and the most revered soldier in Elsinore. He doesn't say much, but he's been my friend since we were children. He earned his merits as a young soldier in the most recent war with Norway, riding into battle alongside King Hamlet himself. After that, he quickly rose through the ranks to prominence, and he's even got the king's utmost respect. Bernardo, also a cool dude. So we can't talk to Bernardo or Claudius right now because they're busy. We can talk to Gertrude, we can talk to Hamlet, and we can talk to Laertes. So we came here to find Laertes, so... What's up, bro? Psst! Have you spoken to Father today? He's in a fit.
What?
Ah, right! I'd completely forgotten. My mind's on Paris already. Hamlet and I both are waiting for an audience with the king, but it's dragging on. Won't you speak to the Queen, Ophelia? She's fond of you. She can move this meeting along. So we got a lead update. Laertes has to wait for the War Council meeting to end, but I'm not sure it ever will at this rate. Surely someone at this meeting can intervene on his behalf. And Laertes should be added now. Lord of Denmark, my brother. Laertes is my brother, set to inherit the title of Duke when my father passes. He's set to travel all of Paris, learning his music and experiencing the world. Meanwhile, I'm here. My brother means well, but sometimes he can be a little intense. He's quick to anger and even faster to act impulsively. Hamlet hates him half to death, but other than that, he's friends with nearly everyone in Elsinore. And Hamlet himself.
Hamlet.
My father needs to meet with Laertes. Can you give him permission to lead this meeting?
What is it?
Oh, are we on speaking terms now? You were the one who asked me to leave you alone. Hamlet, that's all behind us. I need your help, please.
I can't.
I'm as much a prisoner to this awful meeting as your brother. You'll have to talk to someone who has any power over my uncle. My queen mother, for instance. Alright, so let's do that.
My queen.
My lady, my father wishes to speak with Laertes as soon as possible.
No!
Oh no, have we run over long? I'm sure Polonius is in an absolute fit. Give me a moment, I'll whisper in my husband's ear.
My lord.
My lord, I tire of this. And besides, I believe young Laertes must meet his father's beckon. My wife is right. We've had enough of political affairs for now. Today is a day for celebration, after all. Young Prince Fortinbras grows beyond his leash. We ought to engage not with him, but with his uncle, the true king of Norway. Hamlet is absolutely a brat. You'll see plenty of that soon enough. Bernardo, have Voltaman deliver a message to the king with our terms.
I once, my lord.
Now then.
Now then, Laertes, Hamlet, please come forward. I've been given word that the both of you wish to have my formal permission to leave Denmark.
My king.
My king, I want to travel to Paris tomorrow morning, that I might learn about the breadth of life's offerings beyond Danish walls. And I want to return to Wittenberg because I agree, these Danish walls are absolutely miserable. I have some concerns about each of you. You are yet young men. Laertes, what does your father say? He is worried, my king, but grants his blessing. Then I must concede. Hamlet, on the other hand...
Absolutely not.
Your mother, the queen, and I would prefer you near to us, Hamlet. You may not go back to Germany.
What?
What? The funeral for my brother is 2 months past, and yet you still wear black. I wear mourning attire while I still mourn my father.
Hamlet.
The time for that has passed. You ought to think of me as your father now, your father the king. Nothing has changed.
Yes.
For your own health, I desire that you stay in Denmark. If that's your wish, uncle.
It's pointless.
As is customary, I have no choice. I never do.
Excellent.
Excellent. All is settled. And with that, let us break a little while. Court is dismissed. Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Of course.
You are most welcome, Laertes. Swift travels, my boy.
Ophelia.
Ophelia, whenever you are done here, come meet me outside. I have something I want to tell you before I meet with father. And we acquire new hearsay. Hamlet is staying. Hamlet now wants to avoid King Claudius and Queen Gertrude. So I have a little more, get to know these characters a little bit.
Hamlet.
Boy is determined to hate me. He cannot yet understand what lies beyond the veil of youth, dearest.
My son.
Hamlet is... there is such a darkness within him. I fear it may fester if we allow him to leave us. And what form that festering might take, I fear more.
My dear.
You've done right by him, I promise.
Oh.
The queen looks busy. Let us hold back.
Please.
Maybe you should hold back, but I'm her lady-in-waiting of House Brockenhus. She can see me whenever I like. Ha! You think your family name gives you power here? A beautiful face, but an ugly soul. That's all you are.
Spare me.
And you're an old hag who needs to find a hobby outside the queen's personal life. I bathed the queen and wet-nursed her when she was not more than the size of these 2 hands. She is like my own flesh and blood. And I'll watch over her until the minute you bury me. Mark my words, Lady Brit.
Fool.
No lady-in-waiting or beautiful silken dress can replace that bond. We'll see, hag. Oh, Brit.
Captain?
What have you told the king? Nothing yet, naturally. Ophelia was asking me questions earlier. Well, were you shivering all knock-kneed? No, of course not. That girl just has a keen sense. All we can do is wait on Hamlet's word. Until then, we can merely wait and watch and hope it doesn't return. Ugh.
Please.
If I could only dissolve. If it were only that easy to die. God, would you spite me even then? You would, wouldn't you?
This is hell.
Even though you've brought me nothing but misery in this flat, weary world. And this castle is like an overgrown garden. How I despise it.
Hamlet?
Hamlet, be at peace. Look at it this way. We'll drink to your health tonight. I and the rest of the guards will drink ourselves silly. How does that sound?
Mother.
Father gave her anything. Everything. I've never seen a love like it. I've never loved like it. And all too soon my father's dead, and she's marrying my uncle, less than a month later.
Disgusting.
She had hardly gone from shedding tears to sharing his bed. She had to move on, Hamlet. She is the queen. She cannot afford her grief, and your uncle is a suitable match. Oh, shut up, Horatio. Frailty and woman are one and the same. Come on, Hamlet, get up off the floor now. Let's get you to bed, shall we? Hamlet, such a drama queen. Let me adjust my audio a little bit. I feel like the game is very soft, very quiet. There we go. We can also talk to people, because we have new hearsay.
My lady.
My lady, are you happy to hear Hamlet will be staying in Denmark?
Wonderful.
Oh, it's wonderful. He needs all the love I can shower on him. I'll try my best to rouse his spirits. My husband is a kind man for stopping the trip. Though Hamlet can't understand now, I'm certain he will someday.
Huh.
So, Hamlet will be staying in Denmark after all?
Yes.
I did it for my wife's sanity, really. Bless her heart, you don't know how much of her energy that boy's sapped in recent months. She needs some time to mother him here. If he goes to Wittenberg, what then? She'll be a worried tangle for the whole year.
Oh.
Hamlet is staying in Denmark. Humph. And the cloud over the castle grows. That boy brings his soot wherever he walks. I wish he were gone. He's done nothing but cause trouble since he was at the wet nurse's teat. Irma tells it like it is.
Huh.
Hamlet is staying in Denmark after all. And Laertes? Still leaving. What's the bloody point if all the attractive ones are ditching Danish soil? Ugh. At least Bernardo's still around. Indeed he is. Although we can't actually tell him about Hamlet is staying. He does not care. Same with Marcellus. Looks like Hamlet is staying. I'm glad, honestly. This castle wouldn't be the same without him. Though, and now I need to get him to cheer up somehow. So, you're stuck here? Yes. While your brother's gallivanting around Paris, I shall be thinking of him fondly from my seat on the chamber pot. Elsinore Castle becomes more oppressive each day. It must be so terribly oppressive being prince. If I didn't know you well enough to tell otherwise, I'd think you were being kind. There are still good things about Denmark, Hamlet. My father was one. You were the other. Now both are gone. Humph. Hamlet becomes upset, but will recover overnight, and he wants now to avoid me. So this is a thing that can happen to a character. They can become upset, and then he's unusually upset. I don't think he'd listen to anything I could say right now. So when characters are upset, we can't talk to them. There are a number of endings, and Ophelia drowning is one of them. It's kind of up to you whether that's bad or good. You'll see.
My thanks.
That meeting, we'd been in there an hour. You freed me, eternally grateful. I sensed you needed rescuing, even though I know you've been waiting for a return to ordinary affairs. It's refreshing, no? After the dark cloud that's descended on Elsinore lately. The last few months certainly have been odd. Agreed. What was it you wanted to discuss, then? You know, Ophelia, I'm going to miss you. And I you, brother.
Hamlet.
You and Prince Hamlet. You're not anymore? Hamlet and I aren't together anymore, Laertes. I swear it on Mother's grave. Has he given you any trouble? No, he's far more focused on glaring daggers at his uncle Claudius. How long has it been since his father's funeral? A month? 2? And yet he scarcely seems to have recovered. King Hamlet could do no wrong in his son's eyes, I'm certain. No doubt Hamlet's grief has been overwhelming as of late. Pushed Hamlet down a well. We can get Hamlet killed, so okay. Since it was requested, I'll see what I can do about getting Hamlet killed as soon as I can. It might take me a little while, but I'll do my best. And Hamlet hates his uncle for marrying his mother. I see the way he looks at him. His eyes, like a kicked dog, angry, fuming, unpredictable. It is both proper and customary that Gertrude married her husband's brother after her husband's death. I have no idea why Hamlet's in a fit about it. It has me worried he might take out his anger upon you.
Laertes.
Laertes? You needn't throw shoes anymore. Throw shoes? You remember when we were small, that one summer when that Baroness and her children came to visit Elsinore? You mean those horrible little boys who pushed you down? Yes. And when one of them pulled my hair and said it looked odd. Ah, right. I'd forgotten. I threw my boot at him. And you've been doing it ever since.
Of course.
No one pushes my sister around. Well, unless it's me, of course. They won't. That's what I'm telling you. I can fend for myself now, I promise. I'm not that little girl anymore, and I'm not going to let anyone do harm to me. I suppose that's true, isn't it? You really have changed. I see something of mother in you now. She could be fierce like that. I likely won't see you before I leave tomorrow, but...
Laertes,
Father.
Ah, father.
my son.
My son, I believe you still have some things to attend to. Your ship leaves tomorrow morning, after all. You have little time to dally. You're correct. As usual, I've packed nothing at all until the very eve of my departure. Yo, Gemini does games. Welcome. Better throw a few of my best doublets in a trunk and call it a night.
Farewell.
Please get some sleep. You'll need it. I heard what your brother told you about Prince Hamlet.
Be careful.
He's right. Prince Hamlet's poison to a young woman like you. And besides that, he's going to inherit the crown someday. It's a delicate situation, that one. I know you loved him once. I'm your father. I see these things. I know I ought not to be around him any longer.
Ophelia.
For another young noblewoman, things might be different, but not so for you. These matters become more difficult for you and Laertes. I'm well aware, father, we both are. But I am no scullery maid. I will not be forced to shrink from him. No, I wouldn't dream of asking that. I merely desire your safety.
Yes, father.
Of course. I understand, father.
Sleep now, love.
Smart girl. Sweet dreams. It's late. I really ought to sleep. Get some rest. I have it as my new lead. Also, map tutorial. This is your map. You can use it to see when events are happening around the castle. Try clicking on it now. You can also use the map to quickly reach rooms or characters. Try clicking on your bedroom. So we can auto route to rooms, which is very convenient. And here is my room. I better rest a while. So little happened today that my eyelids are already heavy. Maybe it's all the advice I received. Top quality sighing, yes. Strange and unnatural dream. So yeah, if you're familiar at all with Hamlet, you might have recognized some of those scenes that we just saw.
Hello?
Is someone there?
Ophelia!
Hamlet?
Hamlet? Is everything all right? His death! I've seen it with my own eyes. And the traitor is my own blood, and my mother. Oh God, my mother. There was a little opening sequence where Ophelia had a very strange dream.
Worms! Worms and wriggling earth!
All I can see is bile and rot everywhere.
Hamlet.
Hamlet, stop for a moment. What in the world are you talking about? And why are you in my bedchamber? I'm sorry. Sorry. Wait! He looked so peculiar. Something's wrong. Oh, my head feels strange. That dream seemed so real. We acquire 2 new bits of hearsay, What's Wrong with Hamlet and Tragic Nightmare. And we have a new lead, Prince Hamlet's Madness. Yes, To Be or Not To Be and Alas Poor Yorick are both in this game. Both of those soliloquies are here. If I can remember when they are, I'll try to show those. So Prince Hamlet's Madness. Hamlet showed up in my room, raving incomprehensibly. He's been difficult before, but this is strange even for him. What could be causing him to act out like this?
Ophelia.
Don't think I missed Hamlet leaving your room just now, Ophelia. Ooh, busted.
Father.
Father, what's wrong?
You mustn't.
Only last night we discussed this. Why did I see Hamlet coming out of your chambers? Did nothing I say stick with you? Were you deceiving me? I can explain. And he was half clothed, too. If only someone else had seen him dashing out like that. I shudder to think of it. I'm going to have to speak to the king about this. I cannot hide this from him. Unless I suppose you can offer some explanation for this transgression.
Ophelia?
I'm sorry, Father. I don't feel well. I had such an odd vision last night. A vision? No, never mind it. It's past now. I'll sleep better this evening, I think.
Be careful.
Be careful, love. That's all I ask. Carrying on like this, it terrifies me. I don't want you hurt. So now we learn about a future event in which the king holds court about recent events. If it can happen in this world, it will appear on the timeline. A new mechanic. This is your timeline. Here you can see past events Ophelia knows about, as well as future events which might occur. This is a past event. Here you can see which characters attended the event and what came of it. Thursday, 6 o'clock, in Ophelia's chambers, in which Hamlet's ravings interrupt my sleep, including Hamlet. That sure did happen. Future events are marked in blue. Because Elsinore's state is constantly changing, there is no guarantee a future event will happen for certain. Yeah, if we know about a future event, we can actually, in some cases, we can manipulate things such that certain things happen or certain things don't happen, or certain things happen in a different way. Future event, Thursday, 9:30 in the Great Hall, in which the king holds court about recent events, including Bernardo, King Claudius, and Polonius. So yeah, we can kind of plan out our actions based on this timeline. We can also see all of the characters who are involved in the event show up on this timeline. So like this same event, it's not happening 3 times, but these are the 3 characters that are in it: Claudius, Polonius, and Bernardo. And then we also have Hamlet here, who is in this event. I'm not on the timeline because it's assumed that I'm in every event or whatever. Gertrude, Laertes, Irma, Britt, Horatio. Yeah, it is. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. That's really great to hear. Yes, Zero Time Dilemma is awesome. I can kind of see why people didn't really like Zero Time Dilemma as much as the other 2 Zero Escape games, but still very much worth playing. I definitely enjoyed it, and the twist was really good, which of course I will not spoil. Okay, so here is basically where I'm going to try and let go of the reins a little bit, and you guys can kind of direct me if you want. So we have 2 pieces of hearsay right now: What's Wrong with Hamlet and Tragic Nightmare. So if you want me to present those to anybody in particular, I will go do that. If you want me to try and find out any particular information, if there's like a lead you want me to chase down, like ask me if it's possible to do something, yeah, let me know how you want to explore, and I will do my best to accommodate you. Terrible lack of Clover, everyone's most stable friend. Wait, no, Clover is in Zero Time Wait, no, she's not. Crap, you're right. I forgot. Clover's not in Zero Time Dilemma, is she? That's weird. And so, here, so as you can see, you were asking about time advancement, and so time is now constantly advancing. Pretty quickly, as you can see. But we can talk to people, we can explore. We can also see on the map here, these blue sections are, this is where an event is about to happen, and the lighter blue is where an event is happening right now. And we can see who is involved in these events. So we have Gertrude and Horatio are over here in the grounds doing something, and then we have Claudius, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern over here in the Great Hall. Bernardo's over here, Britt's over here, Irma's over here. They're not really doing anything particular. Laertes is over here, and we actually have 2 floors. Polonius, Hamlet, and Marcellus. Yeah, ticking clocks. But so the nice thing about it is, like, if you're even if you miss something, well, you'll see how you'll see how it works soon enough. It's not actually all that bad if you miss something. You can always see it again. These guys are off to go do something together, it looks like. Hamlet and Marcellus. Let's follow them just for fun. Oh yeah, which reminds me. So we didn't get this in the prologue, but we also have a follow option. So if you ever want me to follow a character and just kind of watch what they do, let me know. Marcellus, I fear I'm truly going mad. Not at all, my prince, not at all. Try and wipe what you saw from your mind. But it was real, wasn't it? I don't think I can face my uncle. I'll stay out here. As you wish, my lord. So another thing that I should add is, although if you see something on the timeline that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but also there are events that are happening that won't necessarily be on the timeline. You'll usually see them on the map, but they won't necessarily show up on the timeline. So we won't know about them in advance, so we can know about them like as they're about to happen. But since we know about this one event that is on the timeline, let's actually go attend it. My thanks for your swift attendance. Let's hear the report.
Fortinbras.
Fortinbras has decided there is no need to continue the bad blood between our nations, my lord. He wishes for safe passage to Poland. That requires him to cross our lands. A harmless enough request, given his recent peace offer. In the interest of repairing our friendship, I will allow him passage. Right, my lord. Queen Gertrude, Polonius, and King Claudius now believe that Fortinbras will cross Denmark. My king, I also have a grievance. Sorry to interrupt the flow of the war chamber, so to speak, but it's a pressing personal concern. Speak your mind.
Hamlet.
Hamlet is acting quite mad. He threatens Ophelia's safety and her happiness, too. Oh, my poor Hamlet. I agree. He's been doing poorly as of late.
Oh, then?
But I believe I have identified the cause. Hamlet is lovesick. He's a man obsessed, and he's after my daughter. I saw him departing my daughter's room just a few minutes ago. She wouldn't tell me anything about it either. Of course I've given word to Ophelia to rebuke him, disregarding whatever dalliance they once had. As well we know they did once. But if all of this is true, then Hamlet is in a worse state than even I anticipated. Are you sure he wasn't invited in? Not a chance! That is, no offense to young Hamlet, of course.
My lady.
My lady, what my father says is true. I didn't invite Hamlet into my chambers, and he seemed to be unusually disturbed. Oh my apologies then, Ophelia. When he returned from Wittenberg, I thought, well, now, none of that talk here, love. New hearsay, the prince and me. Interesting. There may be more to this than mere lovesickness. What do you mean by that? You and I should meet to discuss this further, privately. Perhaps tomorrow. In the meantime, Lady Ophelia, I urge you to stay away from Hamlet.
Of course.
Of course, my lord. We have another future event in which father and the king plan to catch Hamlet.
Now then.
I turn to the court with a more pressing matter. More pressing than my dumping Hamlet? Pfft, what could that possibly be? My lord, I believe the possibility exists that someone disloyal to Denmark exists within this court, and they may wish to do you harm.
A spy?
You mean a spy?
A spy.
Indeed, a spy amongst us. I have good reason to believe this threat is real. It may even be from outside Denmark. For example, though I welcome Fortinbras's request to cross our lands on his way to attack Poland, we cannot ignore that he recently threatened to wage war on us. A missing keyring, coded messages found just outside the castle, these are the signs of subterfuge. We have dealt with it before. I believe the threat is not simply outside Elsinore's walls, but within them as well. Come to think of it, I found certain personal items of mine disturbed last night after my door was bolted for the evening. If true, this is deeply worrying. We must be diligent. Ooh, I just saw a typo that I didn't catch before. Oops. However, as we have no culprit in hand, I cannot yet take this threat seriously. Bernardo, I task you with speaking to all those who might have further information.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord. That is all. You may adjourn. New information, a spy in Elsinore, and a new lead, to catch a spy. Alright, so... and so there's another event that we actually just missed. Laertes prepares to depart for Paris. He was over here, so Laertes is gone. So let's check out our leads. I haven't. So catch a spy. Bernardo suspects that there is a spy in Elsinore Castle, stealing sensitive information and passing it on to unknown forces. I wonder who it could be. Give Elsinore to Norway. No one cool is here. We can do that. There's a couple ways we can do that, actually. So, with all this information, again, let me know. I strongly encourage audience participation. Please, if you want me to do anything, tell me. I'm completely throwing out my usual rule of no hints, no spoilers, because I have all the hints and spoilers in my brain. What are you reading, my prince? Oops, I missed that. What was that? Oh yeah, nothing, just words. Words, words, words.
Fascinating.
Certainly one presumes so, unless you have become illiterate, but do tell me, words about what? Meaningless drivel. This author thinks old men have wrinkled faces and gray beards. What does he know about anything? He says as they prattle on and on and on, thinking they are wise, when really they have no wisdom at all. And weak thighs at that. I find the notion odd, since old men could be as young as I if they only walked backwards like crabs.
There is a method to this
The
madness.
boy's insane, or is he simply mocking me? Though this be madness, yet there is method in it. What did you say?
Farewell.
Nothing, my prince. I should take my leave. Ah, good. There is nothing I'd rather you take, except perhaps my life. What's happening to me? Alright, so, frame Lady Brit for treachery. An interesting suggestion. Let's see if we can do that. I remember we also had a request to hang out with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, and look, here they are now.
Hamlet!
Hamlet!
Gilda?
Rosie? Gilda? What in the hell are you both doing here? Well, look, he can smile. Coming to visit you, of course.
Let me think.
We were on our way to stuff our faces at the German court to pay our respects, she means. Right. And we thought we'd pay you a visit too.
Rosie?
You came purely to see me? Of course. So what's got you down, old friend? I mean, aside from your father dying in that awful snake incident. Bitten in the garden, was it?
Gilda?
Gilda, you're being obscene. Who knew Danish snakes were such a prolific threat?
Honestly.
Honestly. Hamlet, we truly are sorry to hear about your father's passing, really.
Listen,
It's all right. Listen, you're not being straight with me. Why are you both here? Did you really come of your own accord?
Of course.
What?
What? Rosie, that's not true. What about that letter from his uncle? Shh.
I see.
My uncle sent you.
I
I knew it. The dog. He's got even you two watching me now. No, believe us, Hamlet. We came only to pay our respects. Not for anything nefarious.
Yeah.
Your new father seems worried about you. He wants to avoid Lady Rosencrantz, and believes that she wants to impress King Claudius. Oh no! My current event is interrupted by a sudden interlude. My head won't stop throbbing.
Oh,
It feels as if something's... Well, oh dear, this won't do. Thank goodness.
Father.
Father, what happened? You had a fainting spell. You've been asleep. We're fortunate someone saw you collapse and raised the alarm. Who? Some traveling thespian. Peter Quince his name was, I think. Here to perform a play for His Majesty. All right. Thanks for coming by, Empty Eye. Have a good night.
Ophelia.
Ophelia, you must be more careful. I've called for the court physician, but I don't know how soon he'll be here. If something worse had happened,
Father.
Father, I'm all right. I feel perfectly fine now. And how wonderfully grateful I am for that. If you see that Quince man, you must thank him profusely. I believe he's putting on a performance in just a few minutes in the Great Hall. If you dress and go now, you'll make the start of it. That would be an opportune time to express your gratitude, don't you think? I'll be there. I've got to attend to His Majesty, but please don't overtax yourself, I beg of you. Peter Quince's performance. And we have a new bio and a lead update. The performance is about to start. I wonder if that's the man my father mentioned.
My lady.
Lady Ophelia. So terribly good to see you in the land of the living. I must express my most sincere thanks to you, Sir Quince.
Please.
Please, no sir. Peter Quince, the one-man thespian, at your service any time, my lady. I'm passing through to put on one of my performances for His Majesty's court. When I saw you collapse earlier, you gave me quite a start. Were it not for you, I'm not certain what would have happened. It is rather disarming when one's mortal coil fails one, isn't it? Indeed. On that topic, have you been to Elsinore before? We've had performers at the castle often, but I cannot say I recall your face. I've visited now and then over the years. It is unfortunate I had never made your acquaintance. Coincidence, perhaps. Or fate? Now please, you must excuse me. My performance is about to begin, after all. But if you ever find you need assistance in your endeavors, please do find me. Quince knows more than he's letting on. Look at that face. He looks like the Happy Mask salesman. He does. He totally does. And what endeavors might those be? That's neither here nor there. Suffice to say, there are fascinating things at work in Elsinore Castle. The machine which has been set in motion can no longer be halted. Not now. It will be frightening at first, but then everything will become clear. And then we shall speak further, you and I. What are you talking about? Let's check out the new bios and stuff while we're waiting for the performance to start. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Rosencrantz, Lady of Denmark, friend to Hamlet. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are two of Hamlet's oldest friends from the university. I hadn't met them until recently. They're both the daughters of wealthy noble families, but come from foreign lands. Rosencrantz is the louder and more sure-footed of the two women, and there's a clear imbalance in their dynamic. Something has evidently made them inseparable, though. Guildenstern appears to be the more reserved of the two, and often follows in Rosencrantz's shadow. I wonder what she's like and what she knows about Hamlet. Peter Quince, Playmaster. Quince is a traveling player who occasionally comes to put on productions at Elsinore Castle. He writes and performs all of his own material, often on short notice. I recall he was rather close once with the late King Hamlet and was a favorite performer of his. Yep, we are on day 2. And yes, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are gender swapped. So we have Lady Rosencrantz and Lady Guildenstern. Because yes, more female characters. Hooray. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Kobold Underlord. Soon, I think I will do my first...
One and all.
I'll do my first giveaway in a bit. Thank you for coming, lords and ladies. I, your humble playmaster, have arranged a most magnificent show for you tonight. And with my many changing faces, I aim to please all who look upon me. So, without further ado, a tale of tragedy and woe.
The murder of Gonzago.
I don't think we've seen this one before, have we, my love? You already bought it. Well, good. He is the Happy Mask salesman. Yeah. It's not familiar to me, no. I, for one, am thoroughly excited. Horatio, keep a close eye on Claudius. Watch his face for me. Certainly, but why?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Our tale, my friends, takes us to the fair city of Vienna, where King Gonzago and his wife Baptista are not so happily wed. My king, let us count 1,000 journeys of the sun and moon again before our love be done. Oh, my love, I must leave you soon. My form is weak and frail, and thou shalt live in this fair world behind. But never fear, a new husband you shall find. Oh, confound the rest! Loving anyone else would be treason in my breast. The only women who can love a second husband must surely have killed the first. Naturally, Gonzago's evil brother, Lucianus, has something more sinister in mind. He plans to steal his brother's crown for himself.
Ha!
Wahaha! None of you shall sit upon the throne but I, Lucianus! Lucianus poisons his own brother as he lies sleeping in the garden. Die, you old fool, once and for all!
Oh!
Herk! Herk, blah. What do you call this play again, Goethe? I cannot recall.
Oh, my dear.
The queen comes across the body of her dead husband.
Oh.
My love, my king, please awaken from your slumber and hold me. My love, why are your lips so pale and your cheeks so white? Oh, he's dead! Subtle like a brick. What is this performance? Who organized this? Hamlet, stop the performance. You can't do this.
Wait.
Shh. Here's the important part. Now, as king, the evil Lucianus swoops in to retrieve his prize, the queen!
Oh.
Come now, Queen Baptista, to the altar we must hurry.
Oh.
I protest, I'll never love you! But, my lady, how can I ever love another after Gonzago? What do you think, mother? The lady protests too much.
Stop!
I need to leave.
Claudius.
I feel ill. I need to leave now. Cancel the play.
My lord.
The entire play? Now. Well, that was odd. Hush, Horatio. Everyone will have sweetmeats served in the grand hall shortly. Nothing to worry about. I knew it. Did you see his face, Horatio? I'll take that spirit's word for 1,000 pounds. I saw it too. He's gone and run off. I'm going to pursue him. I have to know the truth, one way or another. For some reason, Claudius was deeply upset by that play. King Claudius becomes upset. No longer wants to placate Hamlet, now wants to avoid Hamlet. Now believe that the play targets Claudius, and we learn about an event in which the king seeks salvation. Oops. Timeline. Oh, we don't actually, it's not actually on the timeline yet. Sometimes it takes a while. But let's go follow Claudius and see what he's up to. What you doing? I don't know how to do this. Are you even listening, Lord?
Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven.
Hey, good morning, Zwiebelgeist. Even if you cannot forgive me, I can't bear this alone, not anymore. Claudius coming undone. A new lead.
I killed him.
I killed my brother. The oldest crime and the worst. The castle believes it to be a snake bite which froze his blood as he slept in the garden. But I poured that poison into his ear myself. I remember the feel of it in my hands. I don't deserve anything of his. Not this crown, not my wife, none of it. I know it. I know I was wrong. But in that moment, it felt... You know my heart, don't you, Lord? I could see no other way out. I need salvation. Yet I am beyond salvation. All those who murder must go to hell. So your divine hand has written. Is it even possible to save my soul?
No.
No. How can it be? Is it really true?
Murderer.
So you murdered my father, eh? Now you die for it. New information, Claudius killed King Hamlet. Hamlet now believes that King Hamlet was murdered. God, please save me. Save me from myself. Surely you didn't forget me when you made me, Lord. If I kill him while praying, he's a lunatic. He confessed to murdering my father. I should kill him. But if I do it now while he's praying, he'll go to heaven. Ugh. I can't do it. No longer wants to investigate King Claudius, now he wants to destroy King Claudius. I should go. I'm going to be ill. I can't stay here. It's the middle of the night. I tried to stay asleep. I really did. But I just couldn't. Not after what I saw.
Claudius.
So King Claudius is a murderer. And no one but Hamlet and I know. Yep, we are indeed on collision course for a whole heap of bodies. Because it's a Shakespeare tragedy, and that's what happens in a Shakespeare tragedy. Everyone suspected he had killed his brother after King Hamlet's sudden death. And yet, Hamlet must have worked with Quince to put on a performance he thought would get Claudius to confess. But he didn't kill Claudius when he heard his confession, though I feared he might. Come to think of it, Claudius might come after us now, too. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I'm afraid. What if things get worse? Ophelia will remember that. Yep. Yeah, the music in this game is really good. There are a few tracks in particular that don't show up until like later in the game that I really like. I doubt we'll get to them tonight, but we'll see. Maybe. Oh yes, here's the thing. There are dogs and cats running around the castle. This one's grown large and happy. Irma must have taken a liking to it. I believe these dogs and cats are Kickstarter rewards. People who backed Kickstarter at certain levels got to insert their pets into the game. Oh, and speaking of Kickstarter rewards, there's also, I believe, some of the paintings in the Royal Gallery here are probably also Kickstarter backers. I don't know who exactly, since I wasn't. I don't know a lot about the Kickstarter itself, but I think. Oh. Ah, found you. It's early for you to be wandering out like this. I couldn't sleep. Do you need something? Well, you can in fact pet the dog. And so, funny story about that. So, originally you couldn't. You just kind of, like if you clicked on the dog and cat, Ophelia would say something about it, but that would be it. But that was before the can you pet the dog Twitter kind of became popular. And then since that became a thing, the team decided, yeah, we should make Ophelia pet the dogs. So now there's a little animation of her kneeling to pet the dog and or cat. Thank you, Can You Pet the Dog, for encouraging people to be able to put petting animations in more games. Well, something unfortunate has happened. What is it?
I'm sorry, Ophelia.
Potato Man from... Oh, you mean Georgie? That is not Georgie, but now that you mention it, he does kind of look like him. A little bit. Yes. Can You Pet the Dog is doing good work. I'm deeply sorry to be the one to tell you this. Your father has passed away. He was involved in an altercation with Prince Hamlet. Ooh, what? Oh. Huh. Well, that's weird. I was disconnected from the chat server. But I appear to be back. Ophelia Mon is a type 1er. Yeah, probably.
What?
What? Father? How? You're saying Hamlet killed father? Hamlet wasn't in his right mind, Ophelia. He was raving, insane. I've never seen him like that. I'm so sorry. It happened in the Queen's private chambers last night. I wasn't there to save him. Oh my God.
Father.
Why was my father in the Queen's chambers? How did all of it come to pass? At this time, my lady, I have no information.
Sorry to trouble you.
Apologies to have come to you like this so abruptly. I felt certain you'd want to know.
Please.
Please take me to see him. We have not been able to find the body as of yet. Hamlet has gone and hidden it somewhere. My men are searching as we speak. Yep, that's officially Georgie now. Cobra-stan, best country. Elsinore, best country. I think Hamlet himself is undergoing a complete break from reality of sorts.
He was a good man.
Your father was a good man. This was a horrible tragedy. Nothing you might have done would have prevented this.
No!
That's not true. I saw it. I saw him die by Hamlet's hand in my dream, Bernardo. And I did nothing. I could have saved him. But I thought it was only a dream.
Ophelia!
Ophelia, it was just a dream. Dreams aren't reality. Whatever vision you saw, it was just that. All this, I feel like I'm going mad. What am I to do now, Bernardo? I just want to be with Laertes. I need my brother. I know, Ophelia, I know. I'll do my absolute best to bring Laertes back to Elsinore by tomorrow night. And for what little it's worth, I am deeply, truly sorry. You and I have both known Hamlet all our lives. Never did we think him capable of murder. At the end of the day, I am the one wearing the armor. It was my duty to protect your father, and I failed him. Come, I have to break the news to the rest of the castle. Alright. Learn about an event in which Hamlet presses his mother on Claudius's actions.
I bring news.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for disturbing you. Oh yeah, yeah. It's she has a purple flower in her hair. There have been some troubling circumstances. The castle is in a state of emergency until my men and I are able to investigate thoroughly. Lord Polonius died very suddenly last night as part of a deeply unfortunate accident. He died at the prince's hand. What? Oh, that boy.
Now then,
My men and I are still uncovering information about the event itself. I ask for your compassion for Lady Ophelia and Lord Laertes in this horrific time. Lord Polonius served the castle faithfully all his life. Whatever particulars surround his death, let us remember him as he was, a stalwart advisor to His Majesty Claudius and to King Hamlet before him.
Ophelia?
Ophelia, I'm so sorry. This is rotten, all of this. Is there anything I can do for you? Anything you need?
No.
No, just send word to my brother, please. It still hardly feels real, Horatio. Be kind to yourself today. Give it time. My father's murder. Alright, so we have a bunch of new information. And also, check it out, Polonius' portrait now changes now that he is dead. So, Hamlet's actions and plans seem to have borne fruit. After the play, King Claudius confessed to God that he was the snake who killed Hamlet's father. The revelation was stunning, but Hamlet was strangely unsurprised. His actions indicate he already knew. Where could he have gotten his information? My father's death. Bernardo just delivered the news. Father is dead. Hamlet killed him after the play Friday night. I am having trouble processing, believing that it's true. There's so much I would have done differently if I had known this was how it was going to end. I'll miss you, Father. And Claudius coming undone. King Claudius clearly holds a lot of power in Elsinore, but at a terrible cost. He killed his own brother. But what I don't know is why. What drives a man to do something like that? Maybe if I got to know the people close to him, I'd find out. It seems like the only person he trusts in the world is his wife, Queen Gertrude. Did he have any gluten before his death? Good question. So we heard that Polonius was in the Queen's chambers. Can we perhaps go in there? Locked. Father was murdered here. I wonder if it's possible to find a way to enter Queen Gertrude's room and understand what happened. Gertrude's chambers. The door to Gertrude's chambers is locked, but I won't let that stop me. There has to be a way to get inside. Someone close to her must know, surely. Hey, so Hamlet. So this is a I didn't show this before, but you can use the map to go to characters as well as places. So Hamlet's in his chambers, and I can just run over to him right now, automatically using the map, which is very nice. So we have a bunch of new hearsay we haven't presented to anybody yet. And we can do things like, hey, Hamlet, so about that whole you killing my dad thing, that wasn't very cool.
Hamlet.
Hamlet, I need to speak with you. I know you took my father's life. Let me assure you that if you have any intention of turning the blame elsewhere, know this. I place every bit of fault with you.
Yes.
You're right to do so. This may mean nothing to you right now. Perhaps it never will. But I did not intend to kill him, Ophelia. I mistook him for my uncle, and the moment I saw your father's face, I knew what I'd done. I know I can never seek your forgiveness, not after all I've done. But perhaps someday I can pay off some small amount of the sin I've committed. Right now, that's all I can hope for. You can start by revealing the location of my father's body to Bernardo. I showed the very location to his men not long after he spoke with you. My mother was in shock. I couldn't leave him there with her. It was never my intention to keep him from you, but I hope you need never look upon his state. As I understand it, I am likely to soon leave Denmark forever. May I go and trouble you no more, and never give you cause to think of me again. It is a little bit like the Colonel's bequest, yeah. Oh, what's going on? Who's there? I'm sorry for what I must do. Who are you? For whatever little it's worth, you were innocent of this matter. Denmark as it stands now must fall. It must fall. And you are the lamb whose blood must be spilled. So you're the spy the king warned about. You are real. The king is so abjectly useless he cannot even whiff out an enemy in his own court. I didn't want to hurt you. Not really. They'll never know about this, of course. They'll think you drowned in the end, the louts. No! I feel my body growing cold. And we're dead! Game over!
Stop!
Stop! No! Please!
Back in my own bed?
But... how is this possible? I know what I saw. Someone definitely killed me.
Ophelia!
Hamlet?
His death! I see it with my own eyes. And the traitor is your own blood.
What?
What?
I
knew you were going to say that. How did I know? Have I seen this before? Everything's gone upside down. I need to get out of here. I can't breathe. I can't think. What is happening to me? My head's not pounding anymore. All right, so you're sort of right, yeah. So that was loop 1. Oops. So, timeline of current loop. Timeline of loop 1. You can actually go back and forth between the loops as you complete each one. You can see kind of what, and you can see what you did in the previous one. So loop 1 is intended to kind of acquaint you with like the main events of how the original play of Shakespeare like naturally plays out without any real intervention. It's not until loop 2 when you actually do get to start changing things. Because loop 1 is basically kind of railroads you along a little bit, just kind of get you acquainted with the plot. Now we have much more free reign over what we can do. So let me go back over chat and double check. Let's see. So you wanted... okay, so you wanted to kill Hamlet. We can do that. We can kill everyone, yes. We can kill as many people as possible. Shenanigans of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, yes, okay. What else? Yeah, kill Hamlet. Give Elsinore to Norway. Frame Lady Brit for treachery, okay. What else? I think that's about it for now. Okay, so we have a lot of leads to pursue. But first, before we do any of that, actually, well, first let's go out into the hallway.
Ophelia!
Don't think I missed Hamlet leaving your room just now, Ophelia.
Father.
Only last night we discussed your... Is this real? I can assure you, young lady, it most certainly is. This is so strange. Everything's happening all over again. I know I've done this before. Time is somehow repeating itself. I'm being given a second chance. And that means Hamlet will murder father again, just as it was in my dream. Someone's after my life, too. There really is a spy in the castle, and that person wants me dead. I can change it. I have to.
You mustn't.
No mumbling. Speak clearly. How many times have I told you?
I know.
I know. I'll be careful around Hamlet. I promise, Father. I promise. I'm somehow being given another chance to survive. I could change my own fate. I should tell someone about my impending demise, but whom can I trust? Mumbling. Right. Sorry. Can we date Rosencrantz and Guildenstern? Yes! Can you prevent Hamlet from finding out his dad was killed? No, because he finds out his dad was killed by talking to his father's ghost, if you're familiar with the original play. And that event happens before this game starts, so we can't prevent that from happening, unfortunately. Okay, so as far as framing Lady Brit for murder, how or for treachery, sorry, how do you think we might want to go about that? You can now use the clock to fast forward time. Try holding down on the clock to fast forward time now. All right. Yeah, so that's a useful function if we need to. If there's a specific event we want to go to, but we have nothing else to do in the meantime, we can just make time advance faster, which is very good. Date, okay, all right, I will prioritize dating Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. We can do that. Excellent choice, very good. Before we do that, though, I'm going to do my first giveaway, because the Elsinore dev team was kind enough to provide me with 2 game keys to this game. So let's see. Let's do a keyword thing. What's a good word that I can, word or phrase? Let's say Yorick. So if you want to enter to win a copy of this game, Yorick is the word. Jeez. All right. We got 1 entry. Anybody else? Cool. Give it a few minutes, and okay. So while we're waiting for people to toss in their entries, okay, maybe we need to. Oh, thanks, Shimona. I'm actually having Nightbot do it. I appreciate it, but I got it covered. Okay, so find the items that went missing, the ring of keys, etc., and plant them in her room. Okay, that is a possibility. Yeah, I'll wait a bit. I'll give it some time. Okay, so we want to. Let's see. What would be a good way to do this? Okay, so yeah, Twitch delay is pretty big. Okay, yeah, we'll give it a few minutes. But I will continue poking around in the meantime, and I'll see if I can get you to that desired framing Brit for treachery and also dating Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. What am I doing? I want to do. Okay, so first of all, one thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to want to go talk to Bernardo, because Bernardo is probably the person to talk to if we want to learn about this whole spy situation, because he's the guard captain.
Greetings.
Greetings, Voltimand. Am I to assume this is the latest on Fortinbras and his men? Thank you. The Norwegian prince accepted our peace offer? This should be wonderful news for Denmark. Still, something in me feels unsettled. I think the time may be ripe to tell the court about our suspicions regarding a spy in our midst. It's time to start spreading awareness so everyone can keep an eye out. I'll do so this morning. Okay, we need to learn more about the spy who killed us to make it seem like Lady Britt is in league with them. Okay, so we have a hearsay that might be able to help with that. I'm in danger. This so-called spy put a dagger in my heart. Surely someone can help me stay alive this time. You know what? Bernardo seems like he's the type of person who could help with that.
Listen.
Someone is trying to threaten my life.
What?
What? Who? I don't know, but they are. How do you know? I don't have proof, but let's say I had an unnerving experience which made me doubt my safety. I can add more patrols to the night's watch if you're worried, but Ophelia, you're a noble woman of the court and relatively unthreatening. Who would want you dead?
Please.
Bernardo, please, haven't we known each other long enough for you to believe me? If you sense someone's acting strangely, ask them to meet with me. I'll speak with them further and identify whether or not they're a danger to you. It need not take the form of some solemn meeting. I'll keep it to a lightweight chat of sorts.
My thanks.
My eternal thanks, Bernardo. That's all I wanted. All right. So, Bernardo has summoned you. Here's our new hearsay. And what we can do is we can present this to any character and ask them to go see Bernardo and have him interrogate them. So, if there's anybody you think should go talk to Bernardo, let me know. And remember, I'm still running the giveaway, so if you want to win a copy of this game, please say the word Yorick, or the name Yorick, in chat. We only have 2 entries so far, and I would love more people to have a chance to win this game. So you were saying that you wanted to frame Lady Britt, so let's see if we can maybe get her to go talk to Bernardo. Hey, Sungnif. Bernardo has summoned you. Bernardo would like to meet with you privately. Could you report to him, please?
Britt.
What?
This is an insult. How dare he waste my time, and by proxy the Queen's? I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. All you have to do is say the name Yorick in chat. Y-O-R-I-C-K. Yep, that's the way to do it. All right. So, what did you need me for? Ophelia failed to explain anything crucial. Need you for? Why, nothing, my lady. She was just wasting my time. How like her. I'll be going now. Right, that meeting hasn't happened yet. No one knows about the spy. Okay, so there is a timing issue here. So you do have to kind of time your information that you give people in such a way that it matches with what they know. Otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Sometimes you can get around that, but that was a case where you do have to kind of wait. So this is the event where Bernardo announces that there's a spy. We don't need to watch it again. But, push Lady Britt down a well. Actually, speaking of a well, let's go out here.
My lady.
Lady Ophelia. So terribly good to see you once again. Especially after what transpired last time. Do I remember you? Thank goodness. I'm not going insane. Time is repeating somehow. Everything's so strange. First that horrible dream and now this. Your father's death and then your own. Surely the vision you had showed you such a fate. How do you know these things? Did you cause them to happen? Are you some sort of sorcerer?
Huh.
No, I didn't. I mean you no harm, Lady Ophelia. I merely aim to offer my assistance in your journey, just as I did for His Majesty King Hamlet once. Is my vision a portent of the future? Will my father's murder continue to come to pass? And someone's coming to kill me too, aren't they? Who can save us? Who can protect us? Who indeed, Lady Ophelia? Unfortunately, this is a road which must be traveled alone, and it is a lonely one indeed. I look forward to watching you discover the solutions for yourself. But I aim to not leave you entirely defenseless. I'll be here to provide assistance if you have further need of me. Yep! Quince is, suspicious, isn't he? Alright, so we have 3 entries. We may as well pick one. So let's go ahead and roll it. Sunganif! Good timing, Sunganif. You came in at the last, right at the end of the giveaway. And you have won a copy of this game. Don't worry, guys. If you did not win, I have another one. I'll be doing another giveaway. I don't know when. Probably in about maybe an hour or so. So I will go ahead and let's see. Give me a moment, and I will message you. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, I'll message you. I'll message you the a key to the game once I'm done. So later. I will give you your key in a bit. Whoa. Ah! My boba is escaping. Sorry. That was gross. Wow. Talking about embarrassing things to happen on stream. Splort. Yes, I was a tester on this. So that's kind of the reason why I really want I want audience participation. I want you guys to drive this stream, because I already know, like, I know too much about this game, and I don't want to discourage you guys from finding stuff out. Any particularly amusing bugs? There were quite a few of them. One of the best ones, I think, that actually the Elsinore Twitter account tweeted out. Here, let me show you a little bit. Let me show you where it happened, first of all. There's a couple bugs that I could definitely talk about, but I don't want to talk about them yet because we haven't seen that part of the game yet, so I don't want to spoil anything. But so this is the dungeon here, and I decided to do a test where I would try to get as many people thrown in prison as I could, and that ended up with a lot of characters like occupying the same space and clipping into each other, and like there was just not enough room in the dungeon for everybody, so that was pretty entertaining. Okay, so what are we doing? Okay, so you know what? Quinn seemed pretty suspicious. Let's maybe go report him to Bernardo and see what happens. Oops, wait, that's not how to do it. Gotta go talk to Quince. How many of them were Lady Brit? Only one. Oh, okay, so, wait, where is Quince? Oh, there he is, okay. Hey, Quince. Bernardo would like to meet with you privately. Could you report to him, please?
Of course.
If the good guard captain wishes it, then so may it be, of course. Hee Alright, so now we get... Sometimes these events will trigger immediately, sometimes they will only trigger at certain times, sometimes they'll trigger like whenever all the characters involved have a free moment. Quince, is it? Well met. I've heard a lot about your work.
Yes.
And I about yours, my good man.
Now then.
I'm certain you're wondering about why you were summoned here. Oh, not at all, not at all. My people find it quite ordinary to be under suspicion, in fact. Perhaps you even think me to be one of those spies the king is so concerned about. And if I do, what have you to say?
Never.
Then I'd tell you, my good man, that the health of Denmark is foremost in my thoughts. In fact, I've concocted a lovely plan to out the real spy, if you're so inclined. A plan, eh? You see, my performances can rouse certain strong feelings in all who attend. Were I to, say, put on a performance that highlighted this spy, any cloak and dagger type without a heart of steel would quickly turn heel, I think.
I see.
I've heard word of your performances having such an effect. If it becomes necessary, I'll call upon you to do so. In the meantime, you are free to go. I believe your plea of innocence. Uh-huh. So we did actually see this event, but we didn't get to finish it because I passed out in the middle of it. So let's see the rest of it. Hamlet, you know, business aside, that odd little performer man you like so much is coming to Denmark. We saw him coming up the road.
Quince?
Peter Quince? Really? It's been years since we last saw Quince perform, hasn't it?
Wondrous.
A show's already been arranged for the whole court tomorrow night.
Yes.
Yes, that sounds more wonderful than anything that's happened lately. When I was younger, I believe he often allowed me to provide input on his performance. Sometimes he'd even let me contribute to the script. Sounds delightful, and distracting from all the darkness lately. Yes, distracting.
Now then.
The playmaster Peter Quince has already arrived in Elsinore. He should be nearby. I shall go to see him. Maybe it'll help to distract me from less savory matters. I'll see you both at the performance tomorrow night. All right, so we now know, well, we already knew this, but Peter Quince is going to perform right around this time. And as we saw previously, he performed a play that targeted Claudius. And that caused Claudius to get all upset and confess his murder, and then Hamlet killed Polonius, and it all kind of went down south from there. Use your black duck at Hamlet. Bonk!
Wait.
You're a Dane. Nice. Well, then, yeah, it's appropriate, then.
My pleasure.
It is truly a treat to return. I think we could use some drama right now. Some comedy or tragedy. Perhaps one then the other. Though a tragedy better fits the mood of a castle, I think. I can more than provide, my dear prince. I've heard the performance is to start tomorrow night. Indeed, my lord. Why, I'm already hard at work on the script. You mean you haven't written it yet? Oh no, I'm an improvisational artist, you see. My performances adapt to the local conversation at hand. So much more topical that way. You understand, I'm sure. How interesting. I have some ideas, but no stroke of genius quite yet. Let me think on it a while. We'll speak more tomorrow. Of course, my lord. I'll be waiting. Can I just go on a murderous spree? Yes, but not until much later. That ability doesn't get unlocked until like way down the line. Okay. Dual wielding Uzis, yes. Also, you mentioned pushing people down a well. Look at this. There is actually a well in Elsinore. The servants draw water from this well to wash our belongings. However, we cannot push anybody down it, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say. Let's also actually look around a little bit, since I haven't shown you much of the grounds outside the castle itself. Here we have the docks. This is where Laertes was before he left. Duellistation. We have the forest path. This is where we started out in the prologue. Here's the pond. It may look shallow, but it's deceptively deep. We have the graveyard. There's some graves around here. Max Grossman. Here lies a fellow of infinite jest and most excellent fancy. Alas, poor man, I knew him well. Bryant Woods. No great loss. Sir Woods must have been serenely humble then, or dreadfully boring. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of, like, hilarious epitaphs like there are in Sierra games. I think some of those are Kickstarter backers as well. Also, actually, I think Max Grossman is the husband of the team lead, if I recall correctly. Okay, so... Oh yes, everyone is gathered in the Great Hall. Yeah, like in Baldur's Gate. That was great. That was actually really entertaining when I found that place. You ought to have sent me away when you had the chance. Not until this madness you express has subsided. Then we will all be waiting a while for my behavior to become pleasant, I expect. Oh, I kind of missed that, but... Basically, Hamlet's being a jerk as usual. No funny epitaphs. Nah, that's just an added bonus. And, I mean, they are funny. Like, they're Kickstarter bonuses, so, you know, they count. Oh, look at this. Polonius is going somewhere. Yeah, I've heard that the Sexy Brutale has a similar time loopy mechanic. I haven't played it myself, so I'm not very familiar with it. Or not familiar with it at all. But I believe that is an accurate comparison.
Ophelia.
Oh, Ophelia, you're here. Do you know what today is?
Mother?
I'm not certain what you mean. Judging by where we are, I'd assume it's got something to do with Mother. Today marks the day your mother and I were first wed. She was close to your age then. She was close to your age then. We were so wonderfully young. I wish I could remember my own mind at that point in my life. Everything was so clean and simple, and matters so easy to sort through. Do you ever miss your mother? I think so.
My love.
You were so small when Elise died, hardly able to move on your own, and sickly too. She was terrified she'd lose you as she lay ill. She handed you to a nursemaid instead of continuing to feed you. It likely saved your life, though it brought her immense pain to do so. I'm lucky then. Your mother was the light of my life. When she left us, my life, well, I have you and Laertes. Were it not for you two, my world would have gone completely dark. For many years, it was as though nothing would ever make me smile again. My hair grew white and my hands feeble. I felt I needed her to live. You are the spitting image of her. Sometimes, when you were small, I could hardly bear to look at your face. It was too painful. But I know she'd be so terribly, terribly proud of you and Laertes. That's what has kept me alive these many years. Not for long! I'll stay out here just a little longer, I think. If there is anything more you would like to know about your mother, you have only to ask. It's difficult remembering, but important. Father, you know how deeply I love you, right?
My love.
I do. I have often felt I was failing my family as of late, most of all you. I understand that you love me too. That brings me some small relief. I'll leave you be. Be safe, Father.
Oh, Elise.
I miss you in every waking morning and every evening's fire. Aw. It's my mother's grave, Elise. She died before I can even remember. I know Father loved her a lot. Father comes to visit her sometimes. Perhaps I should join him. He might like that. Aw. Okay. Ooh. There's an event going on right now that I should probably go to. Actually, well, let's see. Yeah, it was really sweet. Polonius is a sweetheart. Like, the play kind of portrays him as like kind of like a doddering old fool, and he kind of is, but I mean, he's like, there's nothing wrong with him. he's just like, he does his best. Sorry. Just slurp the last of my drink here. There. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a lot to discover in this game, and there's no way I'm gonna be able to get through it all now. I feel like I want to stream for a little longer than I usually do, but there's no way I'm gonna like get through everything tonight because I'm not gonna be doing a speed run. Yes, we can try and save Polonius. In fact, we should probably prioritize that because I feel like that's the kind of thing that Ophelia would particularly want to do. So now we discovered earlier that Polonius's death happened in Queen Gertrude's chambers, and we also know that her door is locked. I know Father will be killed here. If I can get inside somehow, I can be there when it happens. So, yes, it is a bubble tea. It was a bubble tea. Yeah, and I mean, I totally understand. If you don't want to watch, if you don't want spoilers, by all means, don't watch. I will not be upset. I encourage you to play the game for yourself. Okay, so how do you guys think we might be able to get inside Gertrude's chambers? Who can we give that information to? Who can we say that? Actually, let me look at the lead again. Gertrude's chambers. So there has to be a way inside. Get inside. Someone close to her must know, surely. So, who is close to Queen Gertrude? Well, we know that Irma is. Irma's one of them. Irma said she raised Queen Gertrude. Claudius is pretty close to her. I mean, he's her husband. We could also ask Gertrude herself. Who else? Hamlet, perhaps. He's your son. Maybe he knows how to get into her chambers. Plus, like, it happened. The whole Polonius murder. He did it in Gertrude's chamber, so maybe he knows how to get inside. Brit is her lady in waiting. She might know. Lady Brit would know, but she wouldn't tell us. Well, let's find out. Since you suggested Lady Brit, let's go talk to her. She's over here in the gallery, doing who knows what. Well, we missed it, but that's okay. Yeah, again, like if you miss an event, you can always just go to the next loop and try to catch it next time. So, Brit, I need access to the Queen's personal chambers. Can you help me?
Certainly.
Certainly. I have a key to her rooms, but I smell the beginnings of a good deal. Nothing comes free in this world, Feely. What do you want? I want to speak to the prince privately, but he won't even give me a second glance. If you arrange a rendezvous on the other hand, maybe he'll show. Tell him I want to meet him in the garden tonight, and then I'll unlock that room for you. Oh, and definitely don't tell anyone else. I want the utmost privacy, and you know how Gertrude can be. Not to mention I don't want you pining for him off in the corner somewhere. Everyone knows how that ended. So keep it discreet, won't you? Fine, but don't say I haven't never done anything nice for you.
Farewell.
Less talking, more working. Go. She is a shit. But so we can make a deal with her. We can say that hey, Hamlet, Brit wants to maybe make out under the stars with you. And then if we do that, maybe Brit will unlock the door for me. Or we can lie in wait for Hamlet to follow him. You deserve Hamlet, right? So, also, remember that Brit did say, don't tell anyone else. We can tell other people. So we could do that if we wanted to ruin their good time. Lady Britt has asked me to facilitate a meeting between the two of you.
What?
She asked you this? Can she not be direct with her invitation? I ask myself the same question, trust me. Making you her hound. I thought you above that. Well, color me intrigued. If she wants to meet by moonlight, then let's meet. Well, that's done, for better or for better or worse. I'll have to let Britt know when I can. All right, so
Now then.
I should report back to Britt. You did it? Thanks. I'm sure he and I will have a wonderful evening. And it's all thanks to you, Feely. But you know, I'll be keeping my key all to myself.
Brit.
But you promised! Oh, don't go getting your undergarments rustled. There's another way in. Irma stores her key in the plants outside Gertrude's chambers. I don't think she realizes I know. If it happened to go missing for a while, who would notice? All right. So, Brit is a shit, but we have a way in. And so we have some time. When is that happening? Do we have the... Oh, okay. So the rendezvous isn't actually showing up on the timeline. So it might not happen this particular loop. But we could still mess with them. We could still maybe tell other people that that they're meeting in private if you wanted me to. But hey, look at this. Irma maintains these plants herself. I guess it's her hobby. Aha! And here is Irma's key to Gertrude's chambers. It's true, she didn't officially live up to her end of the deal. And we have Irma's key now. Locked. What are you doing here, my lady? I don't know how you got yourself a key, but the Queen's chambers are private. Evidently, I must attempt this when he's gone. Yeah, so we gotta wait until Marcellus is not staring over my shoulder. We could tell Gertrude, if you wanted me to. Let's see, we've got other stuff to do in the meantime, if we want as well. What else can we do? You still wanted me to set up... Ooh, hey, actually, Britt's going somewhere. Let's follow her. Hello, you're back. I'm doing my launch day stream of Elsinore.
Oh, cool!
Yay!
Hooray! Love that map, looks really.
So, hey, Britt's, what are you doing down here, Britt? What you doing? What you doing? Who?
Ophelia.
Oh, Feely, you gave me a fright.
Brit?
What brings you down here? I like to leave the castle when I can. Call it a break of sorts. As you well know, Gertrude seems to frown on courtly women going to town too often, so I come here instead. Oh yes, I know all about that. What of you? It's 3 a.m. Oughtn't you to be in bed? Or are you planning to sneak into Hamlet's? Never mind, I don't particularly care. Good night. So that was not actually the meeting between Britt and Hamlet. That doesn't happen until later. But, yeah. Britt hangs out at the docks, apparently. Interesting. Let's see. You're a mean one, Miss Ophelia. In fact, yeah. Well, okay, so we can't right now, but oh, actually we can. I think Marcellus is gone. Yes, he is. So we can now. Locked. And now it isn't. Key meet keyhole. Hey, and look at this. We are in Gertrude's chambers. Hello, Gertrude. What's up? Were you aware that
my lady.
My lady, Brit and the prince intend to meet late tonight for a rendezvous.
Uh-huh.
Well, well. How did you hear about this, Ophelia? From the Lady Brit herself. Well, if it's a party of two, I'm sure Hamlet won't mind if his dear mother joins him. I love moonlight walks, almost as much as I love my dearest lady-in-waiting exploiting my son's weakened emotional state.
Farewell.
I'll meet them tonight, as you were, Ophelia. Ah, Gertrude is adorable. So the murder thing isn't going to happen for a while. Not until around, like, after the play. So we got some time. We could just hang out in Gertrude's chambers, but that's boring. And we have possibly other things to discover. Gertrude deserves better than the king. She totally does. She absolutely does. So let's see. You did want me to see if I could get Hamlet killed, and I know a way to do that, although we might need to do a few other things first. I'm trying to think of the best way to go about this. But yeah, we could just stalk Brit. See if she does anything suspicious. Oh, what are you two up to? Horatio and Gertrude. Kitty. This one's grown large and happy. Irma must have taken a liking to it. And then there's also a dog. Hello, dog. A sprightly little dog. I wonder whom it belongs to. Pet all the dogs and cats. Do not pet Peter Quince. I'm sure he'd enjoy it, but let's not. Can you pet the
My
Quince?
lady.
My lady, shall we stroll?
Of course.
Yesterday I spilled all my secrets to you, my queen. Are you going to return the favor? You want to know about me? Is that so surprising? No, it's just, I've never been asked before. Where to begin? When I was a girl in Bohemia, my father the emperor once told me I would be one of the most powerful women in the world. And he was right. He sent me here to Denmark when I was just a girl. I grew up here between Copenhagen and Elsinore, betrothed to Hamlet's father. I followed Hamlet everywhere. He was all I knew for a time, the only friend I had. He and Claudius, his brother, and my elder sister, Margaret.
Now then.
My elder sister, Margaret, stayed behind in Austria. She's very powerful now, with land all to her own and armies at her beckon. I suppose this is all a very different life from the one you've lived. I hope I'm not offending.
No.
On the contrary, I find it very interesting. What became of your sister Margaret? Do you speak to her still?
Yes.
Margaret was everything to me when we were young. I loved her more than life itself. When I came to Elsinore, I wrote her letters every day, and she wrote back, sometimes. But it was always to encourage me to cease contact, to study more, to love my new country and forget Austria entirely. Eventually, she stopped responding entirely, and I haven't seen her since. I missed her. I still dream of her sometimes, of us playing as children again.
I see.
I'm so sorry, my lady. How perfectly awful. I've never had siblings, but I can imagine. It is no matter. All the love I had for Margaret I have poured into my husband and son. I hope they've appreciated it. Apologies, but I must go. Understood. See you tomorrow. Bye, kitty. Run. Yeah, there's some really sweet, like, character building scenes in this game. Where should we go? Oh, hey. What are Rosencrantz and Guildenstern up to? Since we do want to date them. We should also, like, probably talk to them.
My ladies,
Tell me, did you learn anything about the origins of Hamlet's insanity?
No.
No, it's most confusing, my lord. Certainly unlike him.
Yes?
Yes, most unlike him, certainly. Maybe Polonius had more luck.
My lord.
By the way, Hamlet was cheered to hear the Playmaster Quince is returning. Yes, I thought inviting him might lift Hamlet's spirits just a little. We can stand to give up the Great Hall for just an evening, I think. And then perhaps you'll be cheered to know that Hamlet's rather keen on the idea.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Hamlet? Really? You're certain? Hamlet's father always liked to see Quince perform. I think he found the man's work relatable. I'm glad to see my son does too. Isn't that right, my love? Yes, right. Ophelia does not get tired, yeah. So, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. If there's anything you'd like me to ask them about in particular, let me know. So you've heard that Peter Quince is to perform soon?
Yes.
Oh yes, His Highness himself informed us. It's all a grand ceremony to lift Hamlet's mood. I didn't realize Hamlet liked the theater so much these days. Yes, well, you know, you're one of his old friends. He's been at Wittenberg with us for so long, you see. One's tastes do tend to change when one runs in new social circles, you know. Maybe I don't know him as well as I thought I did. How about you, Guildenstern? So you've heard that Peter Quince is to perform soon? Oh, have I? And the man's one of those types, too. Those types? Theater people. You know the sort. Always bursting into song for no reason. Always jittering around like they've been seized by the Holy Ghost. Ugh. You stay away from them, Ophelia. Or before you know it, you'll be monologuing all over the place.
Oh.
Ah, so like Hamlet, you mean?
What?
This has been a revelation. I need a moment. Guildenstern is adorable, and I love her. What else should I talk to them about? Hey, so maybe you can help me not die.
Listen.
Someone's after my life. Do you know who might want me dead? Oh dear, I suppose that is rather harrowing. Well, have you gravely offended anyone as of late? No. Are you pregnant with anyone's illegitimate child? Not to my knowledge. Hopped into bed with anyone's husband, or wife for that matter? Again, no to both. Then I am pleased to announce that all possible reasons for your demise have been exhausted. Go and live without fear. Well, thank you.
Gilda.
Someone's after my life. Do you know who might want me dead? You? Certainly not. But...
I've got it!
Oh, Ophelia! Mon Dieu! I've just been struck by genius! What if I pretended to be dead just to see what would happen? I don't follow. I've always wanted to know what my funeral will be like. Now's my chance. It's brilliant! Ophelia, you've got to tell everyone I'm dead. They'll all come to the graveyard for a magnificent funeral, and then I'll jump out and surprise them. If you do that, we'll have a wonderfully funny time pranking the others. I just know it. And when they find out you're alive and well after all? Right! I'm sure they'll all be so relieved they'll instantly forgive me. All right, Ophelia, go spread the word. Tell everyone there's to be a funeral. I'll be waiting. In the meantime, as soon as I'm able to, I'll go run and hide so as not to spoil the fun. This can't possibly end well. Guildenstern, no. What's wrong with Hamlet? Okay, we'll ask them what's wrong with Hamlet. Hamlet is acting incredibly strangely. Do you know why? Not in the slightest. He's an iron fortress, that one. What makes you take such an interest in his state, Ophelia? I seem to be a target of his mood swings. I prefer not to be, so I'm trying to find the root cause.
Rosie.
I think I need to speak with my compatriot Rosie here, in private. Hamlet is acting incredibly strangely. Do you know why?
No.
We're as clueless as you. We tried to talk with him, but no luck at all. What makes you take such an interest in his state, Ophelia? I seem to be a target of his mood swings. I prefer not to be, so I'm trying to find the root cause.
Farewell.
That does seem prudent. I'll speak with Gilda when I have a free moment. so that will happen eventually, but Guildenstern is currently running off to go be dead, so they are not going to have their little conversation just yet. Tell everyone. Okay, well, we gotta wait for her to go run and hide, and then we can go tell everyone that she's dead. Let's see. Anything going on right now? We got the play coming up. Nothing in particular is going on at the moment. Ooh, here's another thing I should probably go do. Actually, oop. What are you up to, Horatio? Where are you going? Horatio, come back. Actually, before he leaves, I think we can tell them Guildenstern is dead. Yes, I like this hearsay generic description. Lady Guildenstern would like me to inform you that she's dead. I bear some unfortunate information about Lady Guildenstern. She passed away recently, as you may or may not have known. Oh, Guildenstern? Ah, yes, with the hat. I recall now. A nice lady. A shame she had to pass so young. He didn't seem to particularly care. Where are you going? Forgive me, Lady Ophelia, but I cannot let you leave. Why not? I'd like to go for a stroll. Your father decreed to guard Captain Bernardo that you were not to leave the castle grounds after, well, you and Hamlet. And with all of us guards on thin ice lately, I'd hate to anger the guard captain. At least, not before I recoup my losses tomorrow night. I've said too much. Sounds like there's more to this situation. I wonder if the other guards know more. What are the guards up to, eh? So we can't follow Horatio just yet, but maybe we can later. Quince, did you know that Guildenstern is dead? Oh, he doesn't actually care. We can't tell him that. He, like, legit doesn't care. And look, Guildenstern's hiding in the cemetery. Yeah, the move to character function is very useful. There was floated... Oh, hello.
Excuse me.
Lady Ophelia. Surely you've seen her. Who? Guildenstern. She slipped away at some point, and I cannot find her. Please, will you watch for me? If you see her, tell me.
I just...
It's extraordinarily unusual for her to not tell me where she's gone. The last time it happened was when Hamlet spurned her years ago. I almost lost her then. But this must be something else, something she never told me. I'm afraid.
Sorry.
I don't mean to trouble you. I apologize. I'll take my leave of you now. Yes, well, I hate to be the one to tell you this. But she is very, very dead. Let's tell everyone else first, though, because you did want me to tell everyone. Let's tell as many people as I can. Guildenstern is dead. I bear some unfortunate information about Lady Guildenstern. She passed away recently, as you may or may not have known.
Oh.
Oh, that Lady Guildenstern? The one from Hamlet's school? Well, I'm sure he's devastated. I'm sorry to hear it, Ophelia. Also, let's ask him what's wrong with Hamlet.
Listen.
Hamlet is acting very strangely. Do you know the cause? Ah, I was afraid of this. Yes?
No.
No, nothing. It's nothing.
Your father?
Where is your father? Have you told him about this? I could have a man assigned to your hall in case the prince should bother you further. It's quite all right. He's not a danger to me. Not yet, anyway.
My lady.
Lady Ophelia, before you depart, have you been to the gallery? There's a certain tome there, filled with the lives and deaths of royal men and women. The entry on King Hamlet may be of particular interest to you if you're concerned about the prince's well-being.
Bernardo?
Why the secrecy, Bernardo? Would that I could say, my lady, but I have promised my silence. A death report exists for King Hamlet. Let's go check that out. Hey, Britt.
Right.
I bear some unfortunate news about Lady Guildenstern. She passed away recently, as you may or may not have known. Oh, really? How? She, drowned.
Ugh.
You're a terrible liar, Feely. Your big green eyes give you away instantly. It's that easy to tell? All I'll say is this, you will never have a career at the card table. Never. If it were anyone else, I might believe you, but Guildenstern's never done a single real thing in her entire life. Or death, for that matter. So she's gone and faked her death, eh? Can't wait for that to come full circle. Brit is a smart cookie, even if she is a shit. There are a lot of books here, but I see the bit of parchment I'm looking for. Physician's report, King Hamlet. His Highness passed away last night, and my autopsy was performed this morning. The condition of the body is intact, with no visible sign of struggle or trauma. It would seem His Majesty died peacefully. As to the cause of death, the thickening of his blood at first gives the indication of a snake bite. He was slumbering in his garden when discovered, and of course, it being summer, there is nothing suspicious about being bitten by a snake, though it is most regrettable. However, upon closer inspection of the curdled blood, I detected a faint smell unlike any I had ever conceived of, and the bite wound is unlike any snake I have yet seen. Very odd. I am declaring his death an unfortunate accident under uncommon circumstances. Uncommon circumstances? It's clear that Claudius took great pains to cover up his crime. Such a sad, unfortunate man. In the gallery, I found a clue as to Hamlet's madness. Apparently he's been obsessing over some irregularities in his father's death report. Clearly, Hamlet suspects there is more to this story, but what is he hoping to accomplish? What indeed? Who else can we tell that? Oh, that was the to be or not to be seen. I missed it. Crap. Well, maybe we'll get another chance. Claudius had to imitate the snake bite with his own mouth. I don't want to know how he did that. I'll hold off on telling Rosencrantz just yet. Let's tell Claudius. Hey, Your Majesty. I bear some unfortunate information about Lady Guildenstern. She passed away recently, as you may or may not have known. She's dead? I'll need to think of something to honor her, then. Some way to keep an eye on Hamlet. I suppose you will. We have not told Hamlet yet. I'm going to save him for close to last. For reasons. I bear some unfortunate information about Lady Guildenstern. She passed away recently. Very recently, in fact. You're serious? She owed me a small fortune in losings at my table. How am I to ever recover it now? Good-for-nothing wandering noblewomen. Goodness. And despite it all, I really did like the woman. I'd half believe something like this was just another idiot prank of hers. She came down with a bad case of the death. Let's see, who haven't we told yet? We have not told Marcellus or Gertrude. Yeah, I love Irma. She's one of my favorite characters in this game. Marcellus, do you care about Guildenstern's death?
Hello.
I bear some unfortunate information about Lady Guildenstern. She passed away recently, as you may or may not have known. Well, yeah, that's what happens now and then. Unfortunate and sad. He didn't seem to particularly care. It is actually an essential step in dating her. We do have to do this if you want to get that result. I'm sorry to say.
Father.
Passed away recently. I'm sorry to hear it. Seemed to be a nice, pleasant, well-bred lady. He didn't seem to particularly care. Okay, who else? We told Bernardo. We haven't told Hamlet yet, or Rosencrantz. We didn't tell Gertrude.
My lady.
I'm sorry to have lost her, Ophelia. She was a good friend to Hamlet. These things do happen, I suppose. She didn't seem to particularly care. I know, it's real mean. So so the thing is, oops, we don't actually have to tell everyone is the thing. Let's see. When is her funeral? I guess it's not on the timeline yet, but okay.
Lady Rose.
There's something I need to talk with you about. I'm so sorry to be the one to tell you this, but Guildenstern has passed away. What? What happened? She, drowned by the docks. It came as a surprise to me, too. This is one of her idiot pranks again, isn't it? No. No, if you're coming to tell this to me, it must be true. She's never involved someone else in a prank before. Oh, so it's true then.
Gilda.
Gilda, I don't know what to say. This is cruel. What was she doing down by the docks? She can't swim, we both know that.
Ophelia.
Ophelia, it's so strange. I know what you're saying is true, but it doesn't feel real. You know, when my father died, it felt the same way. I expected sorrow, but nothing. Just nothing. Just the sense that the bottom's fallen out of the world. I have to make arrangements. No one else will. Please excuse me. I feel awful lying to her, but Gilda asked me to. Yeah. Okay, but so now we have, so we have a funeral. Can I talk to, oh, Hamlet's busy, so crap, I might not be able to tell Hamlet before the funeral happens. We might be able to, actually. My food looks like it was pushed around by a pig's snout. It's insulting.
Hamlet.
Oh, Hamlet, how can you be like that?
Eat quickly!
The quality is not in its appearance, but its taste, my lord. Well, Mother's dinner has been well plated, only mine looks like it's been stirred up. Here, if it truly bothers you so, I'm more than happy to switch. Fine. See? Delicious. You treat me as if I am a child. In the scheme of things, you are. I detest you utterly. You know that, don't you?
Dearest.
That's the strange thing about motherhood, darling. You may despise me more than anything in the world, but I will love you ever still. No amount of anger or rejected dinners can take that love from me. So it would seem. Okay, a moment to tell him real quick. We don't actually have to tell anyone, funnily enough. Hamlet, I have something to discuss about Lady Guildenstern. What is it? She's passed away suddenly. I'm sorry to be the one to have to break this to you.
What?
What? How? How did she pass? When did this happen? She drowned. Yes, drowned. Off the docks, I'm afraid.
No.
How horrible. Who let this happen? Where were the guards? Why wasn't anyone watching? Does Rosie know? If not, she ought to. And I want this investigated at once. I want to know exactly what took place.
Gilda.
Gilda,
I
need to understand what happened first. The rest will follow. Yeah, so, okay. So yeah, you noticed before that, so Rosencrantz shatters and will not recover. So there's upset, where you can't talk to someone, but they will recover the next day. And then there's shattered, where you can never talk to them again until the end of the loop. So, shattered is bad, usually. She was in the pool and someone removed the ladder. She had no chance. It's okay, I promise. This is not as bad as it seems. It's mean, yes, but don't worry. It's okay. Yeah. It's kind of okay. It's not really okay. Gertrude absolutely does deserve a better family. She's a very nice lady, and just she does not deserve all the crap that happens to her. This can't truly be happening, can it? I can hardly believe it. What do I do now, Gilda? For the first time, I don't know.
Gilda.
Gilda, I know it's too late, but I want to apologize. I was so cruel to you, and needlessly at that. All you ever wanted was to bring some cheer to this ugly, worthless world. There are few who would do such a thing. You were a rare soul, and I should never have discouraged you. I'd stop you at every turn, shout you down. No, what am I saying? She can't hear me, it's pointless. I wish I'd said it before.
So long, friend.
I long thought myself fortunate to have two great friends in this world. How times change. Surprise! I'm not dead, everyone!
What?
Wait, where is everyone? Did no one come? Really? Not even one pity attendee. Could it really be a ghost? No. No, this one's flesh and blood. I can't believe no one came to my funeral. I don't understand. Gilda, I'm going to strangle you. How dare you? How dare you be cruel like that? Ugh, I'm leaving. This is definitely the worst funeral I've ever had. Well, I suppose I really don't matter in the scheme of things after all. Just a tragic side character in the play of life. A poor player who struts and frets her hour upon the stage, and then fakes her funeral and then is heard no more.
Gilda.
But Gilda, pranks aside, your funeral was attended by those who truly love you. Isn't that enough? That one person who truly loves you. Love me? Love is overrated. I want fame. I want entire harems full of fanatic admirers. I want a monument with my name on it, first and last. Wait a minute. What is my first name? Oh my god. Ophelia, what is my full name? That's how little I matter in the cosmic plan. I don't even have a first name. Is anything real anymore? You might be overthinking this a small amount, Gilda. Phew. You're right. I just need to relax. See, this is why I keep you around. You know, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I think we should do something to celebrate.
Yes!
Yes! How about a party to celebrate my total uselessness to the world? The opposite of a funeral, a tribute to nothing important and those who fall under that label. I'll plan it. We'll have it, in the woods, of course. All good liquor-fueled binges start in the woods somewhere. And you're invited, Ophelia. Who's less important than you, after all? I resent that. Ooh, a bit touchy, are we? Once we've all recognized our own worldly unimportance, well, acknowledging the problem is the first step in fixing it. Party time! Okay, yes, you would like to not shatter people unless they deserve it. Yes, that is entirely reasonable, and I will see what I can do. Big mood, Guildenstern. Oh yes, now they have their meeting over here. We can also go whoop, fast forward.
Rosie?
Listen, Rosie, do you think we've made a mistake in answering the king's letter?
Of course not.
Of course not. We're here to help Hamlet. But if the king is hanging on every little detail we tell him, we do look like spies from the outside, don't we? But if we love Hamlet and want to see him flourish, then we owe it to his parents to tell them about his state of mind. My only concern is that Hamlet may not see it the same way. And if he doesn't, it could mean our deaths.
Hamlet.
Surely Hamlet wouldn't harm us, would he? I cannot say what he'll do in his maddened grief. No one can. What's clear is that we cannot trust this Ophelia girl. She may have the best intentions, but her inquisitive nature is a threat to us. Let's put our thoughts to action. We'll dog Hamlet's heels. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sometimes in certain approaches, shattering people is unavoidable. And so is upsetting them. Okay, so they're off to do their play thing now. Okay, so the Guildenstern holds a party. And then Britt and Hamlet's meetup is a bit after that. Yeah. Well, the idea is Ophelia is just eavesdropping. She's like, I'm not really here. Wait. What are they doing over there? I think Hamlet's being simply terrible. He really is in some sort of state. He's suspicious of us. He must know what the king asked of us. Or maybe, do you think he's still upset with me about the way things ended between us? I thought you handled yourself like a perfectly godly woman. He couldn't be upset. Me? Godly? Well, then I suppose that makes you my angel. Now that you mention it, though, perhaps we ought to speak with Hamlet. Or we could do what we do best, avoid all men and drink to our own renewed health. A very compelling argument. All right, then. I'll bring the wine if you'll find us a little grassy patch somewhere. I'm sure when Hamlet's in better health, we can show him our friendship is no less true. Yes, because phrenology is totally a legit science. Okay, so the Polonius death scene in Gertrude's chambers is going to happen soon. And we actually have access to Gertrude's chambers here. So I'm going to stick around and wait for that to happen. And then after that, we'll... Well, actually, let's see. So it looks like it's going to overlap the party a little bit. So I think I feel like we should probably go to the party instead. But, you know, watch her father get murdered or go to a party. What do you think? Hey, Cosmic Afro. This is Elsinore. This is an indie game that just came out today that I've been doing QA on. And I'm really proud of how it turned out. And I'm really proud of the team. And I want to spread the word about this cool game. And hopefully encourage people to buy it. Watch your pappy die. Okay. Hi, Gertrude. I'm just hanging out in your room. Don't mind me. Actually, in the meantime, let's talk to her.
My queen.
Hamlet is acting incredibly strangely lately. Do you know what's wrong?
Hamlet.
What? Again? Oh, my poor Hamlet. I fear he is well and truly mad. His behavior is beyond even regular mourning. My husband and I will speak to him. This is troubling news. Thank you for letting us know hastily. Okay, so that triggers a new event, which I think might actually not happen. Oh yeah, because it's an unlikely event, so it might not happen. What else can we talk to her about? So there's someone who's trying to kill me.
My queen.
Someone is trying to kill me off, and I don't know why.
Ophelia.
What? Ophelia? What a terrible thing to say. You've never harmed a hair on anyone's head. What could someone have against you? That's utter nonsense. If you ever truly had cause to fear for your life, Bernardo would watch over you as he does us all. You can trust the guard captain's instincts. He's the finest warrior we have at Elsinore. Is he, though? Marcellus, where are you going? Where is he going? I'm actually not sure what's going on. Oh, actually, I should probably stick around here because this is what's this is where the party the party is. You've never actually read Hamlet. I have. It's not my favorite. Oh, wow. Wow, that is just... Now, my lady, the time has long since passed to talk sense into him. He's made a fool of the king. You've been far too graceful. please, be honest with him. Oh, I just realized that the Marcellus was going to the party, actually. The party that Guildenstern was planning, so...
No more of this.
Out! Out, Polonius! I can't... Now! I cannot bear to listen to you right now, please. I'll not leave yet. I wonder if that person who linked the stream was anybody I know. Hamlet, you've been truly terrible to your uncle today.
Mother.
And you have been truly terrible to my father. What on earth? I think you know why I'm here, don't you? Why the play had to show that awful scene? I don't understand.
Yes, Father.
This ghost whispers patience in my ear. Father, how can you ask for patience? You are seeing spirits? My father's ghost stands right there. Can you not see him? He comes to pass judgment. Do you not understand Claudius's sin? Are you trying to say you don't know what he's done after you married him?
What is
I
this?
have no idea what you're talking about. My love, please, why are you shouting at me?
A trick.
This is just another trap to try and convince me I'm insane.
No.
No, Hamlet, it's not. Please, you must be mad. You... I love Hamlet's cackle. You vile woman. You won't escape punishment. And there's a ghost in Elsinore, apparently. Ooh. Oh, that was weird. Why did Guildenstern is dead update? Oh. Ooh. Okay, I just found something interesting. What was that? Were you and Claudius spying on me? See, this stream actually holds a double purpose. I can find some bugs live that I didn't notice previously. So, haha, live QA. There, die rat. There is a plan for patches to this game. So the state you see the game in now might not like there are bug fixes planned. So everything you see now might change in the future. I mean, not everything, just like minor bug fixes and stuff. It hasn't. That was actually a bug that I had not caught previously. So that was interesting. So yeah, no game is perfect. That's okay though. It didn't break anything. Polonius!
Father.
Father! I'm sorry.
Hamlet.
Hamlet! Hamlet! Hamlet, what have you done? I took him for his better. Ugh, damn it. You put him up to this.
Hamlet.
Hamlet, I didn't know he was there, I swear. Polonius' death was an accident.
Please.
Please, darling, stop this.
How could you?
Claudius murdered my father. He murdered my father. You suspected it, and yet you still slept with him.
You whore!
I should let the whole castle know we have a whore for a queen.
I...
He did what? No, father, I need to do this. Claudius killed Hamlet? Father is dead because of that snake. I don't understand. How could he? You're saying you truly didn't know?
Father?
Father, enough. Stop whispering in my ear. Father Spirit implores me to show you mercy. So be it then. If he asks, then I shall grant it.
I didn't know.
I only ever suspected Claudius, and never out loud. I never knew he was capable of such a thing. Capable. Wow, I can't talk. My son, I swear to you I never knew. I swear it. Dry your eyes, mother. I'm going to get revenge for both of us. How? You'll see soon enough. For now, speak none of this to my uncle. I'll handle the rest. Time to lug this poor old fool's corpse. Dad! I did not. Oh! I think, yeah, so now Hamlet and Britt are having their meetup, which is a bit of an odd segue after he just killed the man. But that kind of thing happens sometimes if you set things up that way. Better? Much. Oh, I missed the beginning, but...
Hello?
My darling son, Lady Britt, what a pleasure. Mother, your majesty, I do so love strolling out in the utter darkness at midnight alone, don't you? Especially unchaperoned. We were merely talking, my lady. Oh, what about? Idle things. The moon is quite full. Oh, of course. I have often known you to take an interest in the phases of the moon, Hamlet. Well, I hope you won't mind if I take my leave of you two children. I grow tired. And Britt, I believe you've some needlepoint to attend to, haven't you? Ugh, there's always needlepoint to attend to. Ugh. I ought to go. And I as well. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is. It is it is a simulation. It's a narrative simulation, basically. So let's see. Oh hey, what are you two up to?
Ugh.
I don't want to reach my hand in there. This fountain probably hasn't been cleaned since Ogier the Dane was alive. Is it Ogier? Ogier? I don't know how to pronounce that name. Well, I don't want to get my hands dirty either. We'll need to choose by some sort of objective, reasonable criteria. For example, age. I'm older, so I say you have to put your hand in the fountain. Aw. Well, I can't argue with that logic. It's so slimy. And it's all over my hand. Got some. Do you think this much is enough? Yeah, that is weird timing. That's probably something that, like, we couldn't really fix that in time for launch, but it might get fixed down the line. Who knows? Is she holding moss? I can't see ever needing any more. Blech. Let's go quickly before anyone more sees us making uncomely idiots of ourselves. An odd duo. What are they up to? Hey, Arctic. Yeah, this game just came out today, so, and it's an indie game, so there should be one particular tome here. Do you see it? Shh, do you want people to see us? Oh. Oh, right.
My lady.
My father did do that whole die thing. Yeah, basically, yes, that's what this is. It's basically Hamlet as told from the point of view of Ophelia, with a Groundhog Day-esque time looping mechanic thrown in. So it's real good, and I did QA on it for about a year, and it's been in development for something like 6 years, and it's finally out, and I think it's great. Even after having done QA on it and played it backwards and forwards and seen it in various states of brokenness, I still think it's great. So consider that high praise. Ophelia? Yes?
I'm sorry, Ophelia.
I'm so sorry to hear about your father's passing. No one should have to witness such a thing.
I see.
I see. I couldn't save him this time after all.
Never.
No one would dare believe this was your fault, Ophelia. Please don't blame yourself.
No.
No, you're wrong.
I will save him.
I will save him. I have to. Save him? My lady, please, get some rest tonight. We'll speak soon.
He was a good man.
A great man. I'm truly sorry, Ophelia, but now I must inform the rest of the castle. We have already seen the announcement, so let's not listen to it again. We can say no. No, I'd rather be alone right now. We're busy watching Lady Rosencrantz and Lady Guildenstern make fools of themselves. Here it is. Das Buch von guter Speise. The Book of Good Food. But where is it? I don't know. I'll select something at random. There's so much in here. And it's all in German.
Rosie.
Say, Rosie, I've never looked at these portraits up close. Queen Astrid was beautiful, wasn't she? I heard from my father she passed away, but why did she die? Hamlet won't say. I think it was rather bloody. I know she died a raving lunatic.
Sorry.
It's not the sort of thing one asks about in polite company. At least, not here. Regardless, we've done the job we came here to do. Let us head to our next task anon. Mysterious Queen Astrid. Who is this Astrid person? In various places I've heard mention of Queen Astrid, Hamlet's grandmother, but I've realized I don't know much about her reign. I could ask around to learn more. Oh yes, we also... I met an odd man named Peter Quince who seems to be a wandering actor of sorts. He's going to perform here in Elsinore Castle and has invited me to attend his performance. Hamlet and others have seen a spirit of King Hamlet haunting the castle. This is how he learned of Claudius's deeds. If the ghost is indeed real, maybe there is a way for me to meet it. Surely Hamlet knows something. Yep, the Book of Good Food. So that's another fun QA story. For quite some time, those words were misspelled. Actually, so for example, it was spelled like D-A-Z, Buch von, and then Gute, I think, oh no, Gute was that, and then Speise, it didn't have the first E, or something like that. Yeah, like some of the words were misspelled, and I'm like, wait a minute. From the German I know, that doesn't look right, and I looked up and I confirmed that, okay, yes, please change the spelling of these German words. And that was, yeah, Gute, yeah, that is what it is. So, let me, das Buch von guter Speise. Yes, sweet, good. So I got it right. Yay! My German was good enough to actually correct it properly. So thank you for confirming as a native speaker that that is correct. Let's see. Oh yeah, so Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are off doing something weird in the woods. What are they doing? What are you doing? Yeah, and that's something that I always want to make sure that that's correct, because I have I want all the text in the game to be right. I don't want any typos, and I know people usually think that it doesn't matter, but it does. People notice this sort of thing, and it can really throw you out of the experience. And people really just discount how important text in the game is. Typos and grammar errors and messed up punctuation can really make your game look unprofessional. And I want that to not happen, especially with indie games. It's really important for indie games to look good, to really kind of prove that they can stand shoulder to shoulder with AAA games. And having impeccable text is part of that, and nobody acknowledges that. But it's so true. Exactly, Zwiebelgeist, yeah. It takes you out of the game. And that's the thing about good QA. If QA has done their job properly, you'll never know it. You'll never know they were there. But if they don't, or if producers or if so-called higher ups decide not to fix bugs, then you notice it. And it makes your game look bad, even if it's the tiniest errors. People notice those things. Thank you for the bits. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are gay. They totally are. It's true. Oh, I just got chewed out by one of the one of the devs. Unless QA tells the story about the bug. I know, I'm kidding. I mean, that's what I'm doing. That's what happens when you have a QA person stream a game, and I'm gonna tell QA stories about it. Anyway, we look like idiots. How many do we need to gather again? 10 dozen. We didn't bring anything to carry them in, so I'll have to use my skirts.
Gilda.
Gilda, stop eating them. But we've been working all day, and I'm hungry.
Ugh.
You're unbelievable. Yeah, I discovered that when I was researching that particular phrase. Speise is an obsolete word for food in German, which I didn't know. So yeah, I learned something too. Let's report our findings. Oh, I got a thing. What happened there? Oh, someone. Oh God, I always miss my Twitch alerts need to be longer so I can actually catch them when someone does it. But thank you for the follow, whoever just followed me. Yeah, I knew about Vorspeise. I didn't know about those other words. Oh, right, yes. Here, let's do this. Nothing that can be done now. Hamlet must be separated from us, from everyone. For the safety of those around him and of himself.
My ladies. Lady
Rosencrantz, Lady Guildenstern, I'm ordering you to go to England with him. When there, make sure to deliver this letter to the Queen. She will prescribe a fitting treatment for Hamlet. Something to lift his spirits for good.
Huh.
In a manner of speaking.
Ooh.
Mysterious.
Of course.
Of course, my lord. Hamlet's gone nutters. Can't blame you. Hush, Gilda. For God's sake, a man is dead. Can't we be appropriate? Fine, I suppose so.
Farewell.
Off you go, my good ladies. The ship sails soon. Lady Ophelia. Stay your hand a moment. I need to talk to you. Who are you? Why are you doing this? What do you want? I'm sorry. For whatever little it's worth, you are innocent of this matter. Denmark must fall. It must fall. And you are the lamb whose blood must be spilled. Ooh, this shouldn't be happening, this black screen. That's not great. I mean, no, this is totally intentional. How does my death play into Denmark's fall? I am no one to you. To me, you are nothing. But you are an important person to important people. And that makes you useful. They'll never know about this, of course. They'll think you drowned in the end, the louts. I failed to stop it again. A piece in someone's larger schemes.
Ophelia!
Hamlet?
Hamlet, again. His death. I see it with my own eyes. And the traitor is... So it's repeating again.
What?
What? Why am I still alive? I thought... No, I know I died. Yes, there's certainly something strange going on. I must go. Only the famous adventurer can catch an Antwerp, and only the hero can... Well, he didn't kill it, he caused it to reproduce. If things always begin like this, I'm going to be seeing quite a lot of Hamlet, aren't I? Yeah, so what you saw there before I got stabbed again is Rosie and Gilda being sent to England along with Hamlet. And if you are familiar with the original play, Hamlet, you may be aware that they die on that journey. So... Oh, okay. Good night, Kobold Underlord. Thank you for coming by. I'm glad you enjoyed this game. Actually, now will be a good time to do another giveaway. I will have one more key to give away. So, let's do another one. What should be the word we say this time? How about... what's a good word we can use? How about Groundhog, since we're talking about Groundhog Day? So if you would like to win another copy of this game, speak the word Groundhog in chat. And we'll give it a few minutes so that as many people can... Oh, Ophelia, why are you skulking in your room?
You mustn't.
Only last night,
I know.
Hamlet accosted me, but I drove him out. Everything's all right, Father. I must share this with the king unless you have some further explanation to offer. Oh, right, we can reset the time loop now. So this is good if we ended up like in a situation where we don't want to be in. Air hog. So the thing about resetting the loop is that you'll remember all the information you've learned, similar to just ending a loop normally. So what you can do is you can kind of speed through the game by like just get some vital piece of information that you can't use in that loop and then just go to the next one. Or if you manage to like screw up an event that you wanted to play out a certain way, then you can reset the loop and do it and try it over again. And there's no like penalty for doing that. It's just like, okay, let's do a new one. Yeah, someone else mentioned Sexy Brutale as well, which I have not played, but I hear it has a similar mechanic to it. So this starts back at the beginning. So if we want to date Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, it looks like we're going to need to figure out who is, or find out a way to stop whoever is killing us from doing that before we can do anything involving dating Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. So let's wait until after the meeting here, where Bernardo announces stuff to the court. Hey, you know what? Let's go see if we can catch Laertes before he leaves. Actually, it might be too late, but let's go see anyway. Yeah, I think the trick is you need to get there before this event starts. But we can at least see him off. This castle has been good to me these long few years, but fairer places await. I can imagine the ship waiting out in harbor now. I always dreamed one of these ships might sail for me. Your trunks have been loaded, my lord. Shall we board the longboat? Yes, I think that appropriate, Reynaldo. Goodbye, you loon. Don't dig yourself into a hole too deep. I miss you too, Brit. Goodbye, sister. Be safe. To Paris, then. Bye, Laertes. Oh yeah, I had a Little Big Adventure. I have not played it. I'm actually kind of scared to play it, because from the little bit I've seen, it looks really kind of annoying to play. It would probably drive me nuts, but I should at least give it a try. It would be cool if we could figure out a way to save my dad from dying. Oh, but here's a cool thing. So, I don't know how obvious it's been made before now, but Ophelia will remember things she has learned in previous loops. For example, in the previous loop, we found out where Irma's key is to Gertrude's chambers. So we don't need to go through that whole rigmarole of setting up Brit with Hamlet or any of the other ways we can get this door unlocked. We can just get the key ourselves and walk on in, well, as long as Marcellus isn't there. But yeah, so there's kind of you can shortcut in certain ways because you don't have to repeat conversations and gain information that you already have. So, yeah, what's going on in the kitchen? You know, Norway has extended an olive branch. I'm hoping that will help put Claudius at ease. A peace offering from the Prince of Norway. You think it is genuine? You're always so suspicious, Irma. Only of those who have wanted to kill us in the past, or whose parents we have killed. Or in this case, both. It is right to be suspicious. Suspicion of everyone and everything is the only reason I survive. So again, we still got only, let's see, how many people have entered? Only 2 people have entered this this giveaway. I still have one more key to give away. So if you want to win a copy of this game, please say groundhog in chat. That aside, I believe that today's meal will be to your liking. Ben brought home a boar for from the hunt. I've also stewed some kohlrabi, for old time's sake, just the sort I made for you when you were a girl. Truly, but you know the others don't care for them. Pity. I guess you'll have to eat them all yourself. I suppose I will. Grind that hog. I mean, I wouldn't say that knowledge of Hamlet is spoilerish, because if you know what's going to happen, then yeah, Makafort is right. Like, if you know what's going to happen, then you can perhaps think of ways to prevent it, maybe. Yeah, it isn't very common in the U.S. Like, it's not, like, completely non-existent, but yeah, it's not a thing we have a lot of. Fun fact, previously that was turnips. She would say that she stewed some turnips. And I'm actually not entirely clear on the reason why it was changed to kohlrabi. I think probably because of what you say. Like, kohlrabi is a more common food in this region of the world at this time than turnips were, I'm guessing. So, you know, historical accuracy, yay! Oh, you know what we can do, actually? We can go, since I screwed up my timing on the Brit thing, let's go send her to talk to Bernardo and see what happens. Hey, Brit. Go talk to Bernardo.
Brit.
What? Gah.
I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. Sophisticated food produce. I don't know how sophisticated kohlrabi is, but I've never had it, so I couldn't say. I like broccoli, though.
My lady.
My Lady Brit, I'll be brief.
Of course.
I already know, Captain. You're going to ask me about this spy business, aren't you? Well, I know who your so-called spy is. It's the Queen. My lady, that's a rather serious accusation, don't you think?
Oh.
Not at all, for she's no spy. I saw her rummaging through the king's rooms myself. She's the one who's given him such cause to fear. Merely a wife looking for something lost in her husband's items. Every evening, just before midnight. Perfectly reasonable behavior. If her intentions are pure, then it would seem he has no spy to fear. Isn't that true? Yet we have proof that someone has been passing letters to Fortinbras. This spy reaches beyond the king's disturbed belongings.
I see.
I see. Then you're looking for someone who hates King Claudius enough to want him deposed. Were I you, I'd be looking at the surly, unstable teen right under my nose.
Hamlet.
Hamlet?
Ugh.
Obviously. He's got an axe to grind and a throne to reclaim. Fascinating theory. At any rate, you're free to go. Thank you for your time, my Lady Brit. Any time, good captain? By which I mean, don't do this to me again. I'm a very busy girl. Oh, Gertrude's searching for something. What's she now? Let's see. Okay, well, we only have 2 entries, but we may as well roll it. Oh, I should actually put it... Hold on a second. Wait. I forgot to actually put that in the thing. Groundhog. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh crap, I didn't have the word in there when you guys said it. I'm sorry. Okay, so let me redo that. So again, if you want to win a copy of the game, say groundhog again, so I can actually properly count the entries, because I messed that up this time. Do you want to bang Hamlet or get rid of him? I mean, why not both? Sorry, just say just groundhog, not groundhog again. Groundhog in chat, yes. All right, cool. All right. what were we doing? Oh yes, so I wanted to go see if so Britt suggested that Bernardo investigate Gertrude and also Hamlet. So let's go ahead and send her to Bernardo. And then in the meantime, let's also roll it. Zwiebelgeist is the winner. Congratulations. Yay.
My queen.
Bernardo would like to meet with you privately. Could you report to him, please?
Of course.
Of course. Did you say what it was about? Oh, I suppose it matters little. I'll see him shortly. Alrighty. My lady, if he treats you cruelly tonight, he won't. But if he does, will you not see to it that he is disciplined? He needs a mother, Irma, not a militant leader. Very well. I shall have the servants set the table. Yeah, congratulations. So I will pass your key on to you at the end of the stream. And we get to information. Hamlet must be disciplined. Whoopsh. Dinner is served.
Irma.
Irma, this is wonderful, as always, my dear.
Of course.
Of course, love. Yes, many thanks, Irma. You've made my wife a happier and plumper woman during these hard times.
Hamlet.
Aren't you hungry? My appetite fails me. Perhaps it's just a stench on the wind blowing in from the graveyard. Oh, Hamlet. Idiot.
Boy.
Enough. Sit up straight. Look at your mother when you speak to her. Or what? Or I'll have to teach you discipline at the tip of my blade. And then, oh, we caught the end of this one earlier, so. So let me also send Hamlet to go talk to Bernardo.
Hamlet.
Bernardo would like to meet with you privately. Could you report to him, please? If he insists, whatever can he want from me now? Alright, so first we have Bernardo and Gertrude. You're with Irma? Yeah. Yeah.
God, Captain.
Guard, Captain. Why did Ophelia ask me to come here?
My lady.
My lady, I hate to trouble you, but someone has recommended you visit me for an interrogation. Ophelia did? It bears investigation, however trivial it may seem. Ah, I see. She thinks I'm this horrible spy my husband's so concerned about. Tell me, good captain, do you believe I'm capable of sabotaging my husband?
No.
No, my lady, I don't. Have you any proof to reinforce this interrogation? I'm embarrassed, my lady. My profound apologies. Humph. I thought not. I'll take my leave of you now. This is an incredible insult. I don't know what to say. To you, Ophelia, or anyone else. We have pissed Gertrude off, which is sad. Oh, but look at this. We can perhaps catch her rummaging around in her husband's stuff. It's not often that we can actually get into Claudius's chambers, because I forgot to show you this, but his chambers are almost always locked, and there's no key that we can get to them. So it's not easy to get in here. Where is it? It must be here. Perhaps inside his desk? No, it isn't here either. I'm certain he took it. But why? I wonder what she's looking for. What indeed? Okay, and then, so Hamlet is not going to get questioned for a little while. So let's actually go visit Dad in the graveyard, because we have some more information we can get out of him if I haven't missed this yet. Whoop. Ophelia's a predator with a cloaking device, yeah. I can't do the predator rattle sound, but... Do you know what today is? Of course, it's the day you and Mother were first wed. That's right. I'm surprised you know. I miss her so very much, Ophelia. I know, Father. I'll stay out here just a little longer, I think. If there's anything more you would like to know about your mother, you have only to ask. It's difficult remembering, but important. Father, you know how deeply I love you, right? I do. We've actually already seen this, so I'm gonna skip past that a little bit. Yay! Thank you, Makafort. I'm glad that you enjoyed this enough to buy a copy. That's what I hope for. I just want to support the devs, and also to show off just a damn good game. Oh yes, here let's watch some of this. Oh yes, ooh, that is a good point. I have completely neglected to provide a Steam link to buy this game. Let me go do that.
I'm so happy.
So there's two places you can get this. It is on Steam, and it is also on itch. Let me find the link there. Here we go. Two places for buying the game. An itchy arm. Again, Ophelia's predator cloaking powers come into play. All right, prepare yourselves for Irma House rules, peasants. No complaining, no shortchanging.
Of course.
And I'll watch the pot, of course. And what's to stop you from sneaking off with the coin? The fact that I'm a man of my damn honor, that's what. Is the honor part what makes your fingers so sticky? Enough racket. Do you want Bernardo to hear you shouting and come running? No, I shall deal. Tonight we play Primero. I tire of rough and honors who play it far too often. How about a little wine while you play, gents? We're not supposed to. The last time we drank before our shift, I ended up under the table, and Bernardo caught me and made me run 30 laps. And I ended up in the bushes, and he made me clean all of his clothing by hand, even his undergarments. Enough ninnying about. Let's play. You, drink. Yes, crouching equals invisibility.
Now then.
I've seen quite enough. Ophelia. How long's she been hiding in... milady. We weren't doing no harm. This looks awfully covert for a group who are operating above board. Just give it to her, whatever she needs. I can't run laps again like last time. My legs won't last another mile like that. I'll meet an early grave if I too must run laps again. That bastard. My lady, if you keep this quiet, I swear I'll go against your father's orders. I'll let you into Castletown. Just meet me at the gates. Anytime, my lady, I promise it.
Yes.
Fascinating. Enjoy the rest of your card game, then. Sickness, I'll see you at the castle gates.
That does look pretty cool. I'm not sure what I'm going to go with.
Excellent. So we can now... We can now go up this way.
This guy, my warlock in the book.
I'm thinking I should probably wrap it up soon, but I want to... no, it's kind of... Forgive me, Lady Ophelia, but I cannot let you leave. Ah, I see. Perhaps I ought to tell the guard captain about your gambling ring, then. Ah, you saw us, then. Hell, I knew our secret to get out eventually. I'll let you through. Just please don't tell Bernardo about what you saw. He'll have all of us running laps for hours. That is correct. I don't need to do this every loop. Now that I have that information, I can just give that information to Cygnus, and he'll be like, okay, go on in. There's not a whole lot to see out here in town, but there is one important place. It's not the stables. That way leads to the stables. Nothing in there but a lot of muck and mares. But, check out this dude. It's Othello. We have now crossed over into another Shakespeare play. I'm actually gonna, if you keep chasing Kitty around. Not that I know of. Kitty. I think the kitties have, like, just a specific place they go. Like, so that they're not interfering with events. Like, there used to be a bug where, like, cats and dogs would just, like, hang around during events, like, literally under people's feet, and it would look very silly while, like, people were dramatically, doing stuff dramatically. There is an event happening in town, or Polonius is doing something in his room. Both of those are interesting events. I'm going to let you guys choose what we should go see. They're both important in different ways. Oedipus, yeah. There's also Cleopatra. Haven't seen Cleopatra around, but there is one. Meow. Hey Quince, actually, while we're here, what is wrong with Hamlet? Prince Hamlet is acting incredibly strangely. Well, he would be, wouldn't he? Don't you know about the things he's seen? His father's spirit, you mean? Precisely. Trace that thread, and you just might find yourself face to face with a dear old friend of mine. Really? What do you know about the ghost haunting the walls of Elsinore? A multitude of things. For what purpose are you eager to track down this spirit? If this is what's causing Hamlet's madness, then this is what's causing him to kill my father. And if I myself have become a supernatural oddity, then perhaps finding another will pave the way forward.
I see.
Yes, I follow. Then heed this. To track down the father, you must go through the son.
Goodbye.
Once his mind has been swayed, follow it to its natural conclusion. Okay. Hey, Hamlet, maybe you want to tell me something about the ghost in Elsinore? The ghost of yo daddy? I've heard you're seeing spirits, Hamlet. What can you tell me about the spirit? Where can I find it? Don't you think me mad? Of course, but not because you talk to ghosts. Tell me, have you reported any of this to the king yet?
No.
No, this is between us. How can I take your word? I'm afraid to trust you, Ophelia. You must have learned this information from some of my closest companions, men I trusted to keep their silence. If I can't trust even them, how can I speak of it further to anyone else? A murder among kings is one thing. Rumors have run wild these last few months about my father's death. But a spirit, a vision, is something else entirely. You could have my reputation shattered, and my uncle will be all too gleeful over it. Prove that I can trust you, and I'll tell you how to meet my father's ghost. That's ridiculous, but fine. How? My mother keeps a diary in her bedroom, detailing her every thought. She writes in it often. If the ghost is telling the truth, then that diary might have the proof we need. She's always been fond of you. You can get into her room, find it, and we'll talk. But if you tell the king, not even God himself can save you. All right. So Gertrude's diary is what we're looking for, and we did actually see it when we got into her room, but we didn't read it yet. Hi, Coyote. Breakfast has arrived. Let's actually go do that right now. Hey, Britt, where are you going? We have seen her hang out the docks before. Is she, maybe we can find out a little more if we watch her again. Or maybe not.
Ophelia.
Brit?
Oh, okay, so we saw this already. Alright, well, so much for trying to sneak up on Britt. We might need a little bit more information about her before we can see what she's really doing down there at the docks so suspiciously. I mean, completely innocently. Surely she can't be possibly be getting up to any mischief down there, right? I'm sure it's all on the up and up. Everything is fine. Hey Gertrude, I'm here to read your diary. It's Gertrude's diary. Ophelia, what are you doing? That's private. Right. Can't have a look while she's here. Alright, fine. I won't read your diary right in front of you. If you insist. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll wait until I can just crouch and I'll be fine, yeah. I mean, I can just like stand in her room and stare at her creepily until she leaves.
There's some like invincible person here.
In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna stare at you until you leave, Gertrude. The day officially begins at 6 a.m. So that's when people see she's no longer upset. So that's when upset resets. It's Gertrude's diary. May 2nd, 1535, I believe. Tonight my husband seemed distressed. At first I thought he was missing our son, gone to Wittenberg. But as the night progressed, he seemed to grow old before my eyes. He seemed broken somehow. When the second course was served, he collapsed while raising a toast. Ironically, a toast to our health. I took him on my shoulders and bore him out of the great hall and up to his bedroom myself. As I lay him down in his bed, I noticed tears in his eyes. I tried to comfort him by kissing his forehead, but he pushed me away. You will betray me, he rasped. You will always betray me, every time. You cannot do otherwise. Ophelia, you're breaking my heart. You're reading my diary again. He collapsed into something like sleep then and would not answer my questions. When I returned to the party, our guests were concerned, but Claudius stepped in to assure them. Everything's all right, he boomed in his loudest, most regal voice. Everyone, drink more. Don't take your health for granted. Then he turned and offered me his hand. Now, I think a dance with the Queen will restore some life to this party, don't you? He said, smiling at me. It was as though I were the only woman in the whole world. In all my time married to Hamlet, he never once looked at me like that. That evening, when all the guests had gone to bed, I found myself outside my bedroom door, saying my goodnights to Claudius. I don't want to go to bed, I told him, laughing. I want the night to continue. Stop the dawn. As you wish, my queen, he said, and kissed me. I was surprised at first, and yet I wasn't. Oops. I kissed him back. He pulled my bedroom door shut behind him. Surely I, too, deserve some happiness in this world that has been so cruel to me. Don't I? Oh no, Gertrude. This is the information Hamlet wanted. Let's see what he wants to do with it. Ooh. Well, that's probably not going to be good. But let's go see what happens if I tell that to Hamlet. Macleford, you have, you're making some very interesting guesses. Hamlet, I have reason to believe your mother had an affair with your uncle before your father's death. I came across a diary of hers. She wrote about it extensively.
What?
No. Frailty, thy name is woman. My father would have done anything for my mother. Claudius was a satyr next to his Hyperion, Ophelia. My father desired such a gentle world for her that he would have kept the winds of heaven from visiting her face too roughly. Before the slippers she wore to his funeral had even been broken in, a funeral where she followed his body like Niobe, all tears. She was already marrying him, my uncle. Such dexterity to incestuous sheets. Nothing about this is good, and it must never come to good. She should suffer for what she's done. Hamlet, be reasonable.
No.
My father's spirit claimed he had been murdered. He told me that my mother was unfaithful to him when he still lived. And if we now know that's true, it must be true as well that my uncle killed my father and covered up his crime. I was planning to just kill him, but knowing that both of them are equally complicit, I have something special in mind for the both of them now.
Please.
Please, think carefully.
No!
The time for that has passed. Now I want only revenge for my father. On her and him. Today I'll make my move, when everyone is next gathered. You must be there, Ophelia. You must bear witness to all this. Then I'll take you Then I'll take you to meet Father Spirit, and you'll understand why it had to be this way. This won't end well. And Hamlet has shattered. And he wants to destroy King Claudius and Gertrude. And so Hamlet burned down the entire castle. I mean, kinda. Oh yes, so now we have Bernardo. Has his little meeting with Hamlet scheduled now.
Oh, maybe for one of your bounties or something like that?
Prince Hamlet.
Now, Lord Hamlet, I'm certain this is just a formality. You can drop that, you know. Pardon? The Lord. I never liked it from you, and I don't like it now. But then you always were more inclined to formalities than Laertes or me, I suppose. Let's keep things on task, Hamlet. Your summoning here indicates that you have been, the subject of some suspicion. What a surprise! My uncle suspects me as spy? Of course not, because I would never suspect such a thing. I've known you all my life. Don't you think I'd know if you were?
Listen.
Listen, I had dismissed my uncle's concerns as paranoia, but they may be founded. I found a set of odd notes in the gallery. The gallery? Where, my lord? The notes were tucked away in one of the bookshelves near the door. I thought nothing of them before, but now I'm not so sure. They're very odd. I had thought someone left them in the gallery by mistake, so I left them. Fascinating. When I have a spare moment, I'll have a look in the gallery. But Hamlet, more to the point, your mental state lately, your ramblings, your wanderings, is there anything I can do?
No.
No, there isn't. All I need is to be left in peace.
Hamlet.
You can trust me, Hamlet. I hope you know that.
Farewell.
I should go. Farewell for now. There's a note hidden in the gallery. What is there now? Perhaps we should have a look. Also, what do I have going on in the future? Yeah, this. I think what I'll do is I'll play up to this and then what happens after it, and then I will call it a night. So, Peculiar Tales, Volume 2. The Flight of the Executioner. And so it came to pass that the king of the realm died one night, leaving his 2 sons behind. In this savage and warlike country, it was customary that whichever child inherited the crown for himself would immediately kill the others, eliminating further competition. However, these 2 brothers were twins, born within a scant few moments of one another. And so they brought the matter to High Executioner Celine. They found her standing at the edge of the highest cliff in the kingdom, above the rolling and raging sea. I am 20 seconds older than my brother, said the first prince. Without any doubt at all, I am the rightful heir. Lady Celine, please cast my brother over this cliff immediately. Lady Celine bound the second prince's hands and led him to the edge of the cliff. But the second prince sputtered suddenly. This is wrong. I may be younger, but my brother's body is weak and frail. He becomes sicker each day, and soon he may very well die. Then the kingdom will be left with no heir at all. Don't kill me, kill him. Lady Celine paused to think a moment, then bound the first prince's hands too. The first prince spat with disgust. My brother is a jealous imbecile. Lady Celine wrapped a blindfold around his eyes. The second prince stamped his foot. My brother is a weakling and cannot see reason. As with the first prince, the second prince too was soon blindfolded. Both of them continued to argue at the top of their lungs, screaming for the other one's demise. Then the sound of Executioner Celine's fading footsteps caught their attention. High Executioner, come back! You must kill my brother! I must be king! Where are you going? I'm up to pour myself a flagon of wine and then pursue a career change to the next kingdom over, in that order, Celine replied. Sounds like this one's gone a bit rotten. Good luck finding your way home with those blindfolds and binds on, lads. The 2 men lunged at each other, unwilling to stand down, and both of them went tipping over the edge, careening into the sea. The kingdom was none the worse for it in the end. Great story. That was not the notes we were trying to find, though. It's an old bookshelf, but tucked away between these books there's a bound set of notes. The notes bear the emblem of a noble Danish house. House Brockenhus. Brit's family? Why would Brit keep personal notes in the gallery? No longer shall we meet before 3 in the morning. The docks are too busy at any other hour. The docks. It sounds like she's meeting someone late at night. But who and why? Very interesting. Oh, hey, Bernardo. Where are you going? Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Poof, Horatio! Suddenly, Horatio out of nowhere. I say, I didn't know you were a Catholic, Bernardo. Aren't those rather detested around these parts? Do you mind? I wish to be alone.
Please.
Oh, please, don't mind me. Carry on, carry on. Terribly sorry. I'll be like a mouse's shadow over here, promise. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Well then, what awful thing have you done this week that needs the Virgin's forgiveness? Gone whoring? Been reading salacious literature? Caught embedded in a sheep? Ah, they changed the line. I didn't notice that before now. He used to say, caught with your pecker embedded in a sheep. I guess I can see why that was changed. You're absolutely vile. I've committed no sins that I know of. And yet you come to pray outside of Mass. Why is that?
My father.
My father was of the clergy. I, like him, am a man of God in spirit. Seems a waste of time to me. Isn't the whole notion of the Christian God that he knows how you feel regardless? We could be playing cards right now instead.
Horatio.
Did you come here merely to engage me in your frivolous opinions? And besides, card games are a sin. I ought to refuse your temptations, and Irma's too, for that matter. It leads to drinking and dancing. Awful business. She always uses the trick deck anyhow. No cards, no drinking, no dancing? Well then, what does your God promise you that's so very compelling in return? Infinite bliss in the afterlife. What, when you're dead? Rotten deal if you ask me.
Yes.
Mortal life is but a blink of an eye. As a soldier I could die any day, but heaven is eternal and I will sit at God's side. Now that sounds like a slightly better wager. He's kind of a dick, yeah, but he's a lovable dick. His heart's in the right place, I think. Do you not speak to the Lord? Are you truly so uninvested in his word? Oh, I don't much care what your Christ has to say, though he seems kind-intended enough. Where I come from, we have hundreds of gods. Hundreds? You're a heathen? That's correct, yes, I am a heathen. I prefer my devas and asuras. Some wisdom here, a little trickery there. Gods with real personality. Well, I suppose we've little to say to one another, then. Let's speak no more ill of any gods, especially in a church. Such a shame. I'd like to learn more about this lily-faced, bearded, fatherly lord of yours. But, as you wish, I'll leave you in peace. What else we got? Oh, yes. Polonius, I think I'm going to miss that, actually. I almost always miss this event, because I always forget it happens. Hello, ladies. Have you faked your death yet today? No? Okay. Yeah, I missed that one. Oh, well. We have a few more hours of game time before, as you wish.
Rosie?
Do we have to talk to her, Rosie?
Of course.
Of course we do. We are of noble blood. We pay our debts, no matter how unsavory they might be. Rosencrantz Lannister. Well, actually, Rosencrantz is her last name. But I'm afraid of her. Don't be silly. She's just one woman. The Rosencrantzes always pay their debts.
Oh.
Ladies?
Hello.
Hello, Irma.
Hello.
Hello, Irma. So if I turn you upside down and shake you, will all the money you owe me fall out? Not quite. We are, as it were, in a particularly delicate position. We're penniless. Precisely. All those card games have drained what funds we brought to Elsinore. And Irma's trick deck didn't do us any favors either. As you've won more games than we have funds to pay, we are, in short, unable to pay you. This is a wonderful position to be in. It is? For me? Now I have 2 new servant girls to help me get my work done. Now hold on just a minute. We're nobody's servants. Do I need to extract my payment from you some other way? Rip those fine clothes off your bodies and sell them, perhaps? What do you need us to do? Oh, a bit here, a bit there. First, I want you both to collect some moss from that old fountain in the courtyard. Moss? Gives all of my soups a nice earthy flavor. Don't ask. After that, since you're both educated little birds, I need you to go to the gallery and find me something new to make for the Queen's birthday next month. I can't read, so you'll have to remember it for me, then come tell it to me later. And finally, I want you to gather the mushrooms that grow near the pond in the woods. About 10 dozen should be enough.
What?
What, all of that? You can't be serious. We are women of noble families, not your scullery maids.
Fool.
And who do you think I am? My connections run far and wide, ladies. You know I have friends in powerful places. Either get to work, or I'll take collateral from you in any way I see fit, by force if needed. Yes, ma'am. Then let's get to work. So we actually saw all the things that they did for Irma previously. So I'm not going to watch that again, but let's, these two have something to do to say? Yes, that's that's far below us. Hello again, Irma.
My lady?
How are you getting by, my lady? Are your spirits high? I'm managing all right. Nothing I can't handle. Do you have any more of that kohlrabi? Things have been sort of trying these last few weeks, but eating these brought me comfort that everything might be all right. I felt like I was a girl again. Hamlet acting up again? Yes, I'm out of ideas. If you need to borrow one of my spoons, I'd give you my blessing. I'm sure you could put it to good use. Could even help straighten out the prince. I'm still hoping it's just a phase. I'm sure it will pass, but your offer is, as always, very kind. Spoon the prince. Okay, so... Oh yes, we didn't have this on the map before, but Castle Town is now on the map along with the bar. I don't suppose I might miss the event before I can get there, but let's see. No, I think I missed it. Yeah, yep. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, never mind. I think it should be about time for Friday night dinner, after which we will see the what Hamlet's cooking up. Dinner is served. We already saw Hamlet being a dick during dinner.
Dearest.
All right, Hamlet, what do you got in mind?
Listen.
Everyone, thanks for your ears. I'm pleased to inform you all there will be a special show tonight.
Hamlet.
Hamlet, what exactly do you think you're doing?
My dear.
Yes, my dear, what's this about? It would ordinarily be rather difficult to top one of Sir Quince's excellent performances. But I assure you, listeners, that my mother's activities of late are a far more interesting drama.
Wait.
What is this? I finally have the proof I need.
Mother?
It's all contained within these pages, Mother. For the rest of you, in summary, for all her faith, my mother is not faithful. She gave her body to Claudius while my father was still living. No, that's not... Hamlet, stop. Now.
Claudius.
Not only that, but Claudius had some hand in my father's death. No, not his death, his murder.
Hamlet.
Hamlet, you're making no sense, my love. Please stop. You mean you had no idea anyone would find out? That's what this is about, isn't it? Keeping it hidden from me. My father's death was no accident. You two planned to kill him. Admit it.
Please.
I beg you, stop this now.
Silence!
How dare you? You would tell lies like this in front of my court, in front of my wife. Draw your sword. Only if you promise it'll be a fair fight, usurper.
No.
No, please. The law of the kingdom is that treason is punishable by death or by cutting of the tongue. Naturally, I prefer to do things the old-fashioned way. That's if you win. Yes, if. I'll be glad to avenge Father's dignity against you then. Certainly no one else in this world has.
On guard!
All right, Hamlet, on guard. Bernardo, you'll oversee the duel.
My lord.
My lord, are you sure this is wise? Your nephew. I did not ask for your advice. Hamlet, you still have time to stand down. Recant what you said. This is between him and me. Leave us.
Please.
He is my friend, my lord, please. He's embarrassed my wife and he's embarrassed me.
Bernardo.
Interfere, Bernardo, and I'll have you duel him to the death in my place.
No more of this.
Good at all. Is this really happening? Let's begin. I'm not afraid anymore. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Well. No.
Hamlet.
It is done. My baby. My only son.
My love.
Come here. Let me dry your tears.
No.
Don't you dare call to me. Don't even touch me. How dare you?
You killed him.
You murdered our son. No, not our son. My son.
Same with
Gertrude. Well, isn't someone going to follow her? The death falls hard upon her, my lord. Perhaps
Stop!
the rest of you handle his body. I'll follow her. Well, crap. I know Father ought to perish on Friday evening by Hamlet's hand, but circumstances have changed. I wonder if something happened to Hamlet then. Oh, I know why she said that, because there was a different bug that was causing her to magically know Hamlet had died. But she should know Hamlet died because she just saw it happen. So, oops. Could I have actually saved Father this time? I feel as though I need to see him.
Father?
Ah, my heart, come in. Thank you. You tore me from most troubling thoughts.
19 out of 22, wasn't it? For to be fair, pretty close.
What happened to Hamlet, it was horrible. Though he was no son of mine, I've known the boy since he was born. I couldn't help but think of you and Laertes, of what I'd do if you came to such an end like that. It was horrible, Father. But Hamlet had changed. If he hadn't been struck down, he would have done something worse. I have to hope you're right. When I cannot sleep tonight, I'll try and hold on to that. In times like these, all one can do is appreciate the living who remain. You, for instance. On that note, what have I done to warrant a willing visit from my daughter? Whatever it was, I hope I can replicate it for future visits. Father, I can't believe you're, He'll only think me insane. What were you thinking about before I came in? You looked worried. Oh, the sorts of idle things an old man dreams about when he begins to contemplate the end of his life. Namely, your mother. Were she still here, what she'd think of me. of the way I've lived my life. I've served the throne faithfully for so many years. Sometimes I look around and wonder what all this unflagging allegiance is worth.
Please.
And I wonder if your mother will be proud of the way I've raised you and Laertes, or if she'd wish we'd left Elsinore long ago. I know she'd be proud. You've done everything you could, Father.
My love.
You know, Ophelia, sometime in the future I've been thinking I ought to take you to summer somewhere outside of Elsinore. Not now, but perhaps in a year when we've made you a suitable match and you're intended to be wed. When this Norway nonsense passes and it's safe out there for you, I, and Laertes will leave these walls a small while.
Yes,
That does sound nice.
Father.
Father, I know it doesn't make sense to you now, but I'm glad you're alive and well. I thought I'd lost you, maybe forever, and I was so scared.
Lost me? I'm right here. Look at me. Don't cry. Why would you fret? I'm here.
And I'm not going anywhere. Not for some time yet, at least.
It is time.
Unfortunately, for now, I must ask you leave me be. I have some rather distasteful planning I need to complete and some duties to attend to. For all the prince's ills, I would never have wished this on him. May his soul rest in God's good arms.
Farewell, Father.
Then I'll leave you be, Father.
Ophelia?
One last thing. If something like this happens again and I don't survive, I want you to have something of mine. It's a key. It opens a chest in this room containing my most private belongings. I keep it on me at all times. This chest cannot be opened by any other method. It contains things which could cause people in this castle no small amount of grief if uncovered. If ever I perish, I want you to take the key from me, to open this chest and burn everything inside it. Do you understand me? He's safe in this world, but he won't be safe in the next one. Of course, Father, if that's what you want. I understand. Farewell, love. Sweet dreams.
I did it.
Father is alive and well, though it was not without a price. But at least for now, my father is alive. That's what matters. I'm not going to be able to save Father every time. I know that. There is so much that needs to be done. And his death was only one small part of my nightmare. But no matter the cost, being able to change his fate this much, it's a victory, albeit a small one. Even so, I won't live much longer now. Unless I find a way to stop whoever's killing me, Father and I can never survive together and live on. I'll just be returned to the beginning again, and Hamlet will still be a threat to Father's life. I've got to find someone who believes me about this assassin so I can plan further. All right. So we fulfilled 2 of the goals that I was asked to do. We got Hamlet killed, and we saved Polonius. So hooray for that. Yep. Now we need to let Polonius die on another loop. So that we can get into his chest. Into this locked chest of his. You are correct about that. You hope Gertrude is packing a knife, belatedly. That would be a good thing for her to do, wouldn't it? Ooh, looks like there's something going on in town. Yeah. Oh! Oh gosh, look what you just walked in on. Othello! What? Our master sends his final word. If you've truly nothing, we'll take blood. You're actually the 3rd person who's mentioned Sexy Brutale, and yeah, I haven't played that game myself, but I hear it has a similar time loop mechanic, so...
Fool!
Aim for the heart, got him in the shoulder. Half-wits. Quickly, I must bandage it. You, fetch me cloth. Yes. I found some, behind the bar. Quiet. Hold him still. I do so despise blood. Then look away and let me work. This is the kind of thing you don't learn at that university of yours. Yes, I do have a particular relationship to this game in that I did QA testing on it for the past year or so. And today is its launch day, so I wanted to show it off as much as I could, hence the longer stream time. But I'm gonna be wrapping up soon here, since it's getting late and we're getting close to the end of another loop. There, that should do it. He's lucky only his arm was pierced. I actually already did. I showed a few off, some that I actually had not noticed before. So yeah. But I promised I would be gentle. I don't want to like rag on this game because I actually really like it, despite the unfixed bugs. It's really good. So I don't want to turn anybody off from getting it. You know, all games have flaws, no matter how polished you might think they are. There's always going to be like some QA tester out there who's going to be like, they never fixed that one thing and it drives me nuts, and I know that feeling very well.
My thanks.
My thanks, Irma. You're too kind. Can't believe they got me so easily. I'm all right, friends. I feel better even as we speak.
Fool!
Don't move that arm. It's my sword arm. Am I not to defend myself against thugs? If you don't let it heal, you won't be alive to ask yourself such introspective questions.
Othello.
Othello, it may be time to consider alternative options. Hiding, for example, a thoroughly tried and true strategy, if not the most noble. You could go anywhere. Why, you could visit my hometown of Venice.
No.
I'm not leaving. That's not up for discussion. Suit yourself. You're more stubborn than even I. Irma, I think it's high time we retire for the evening. Let's leave Othello to lick his wounds.
Ophelia?
Oh yes, also,
Yes?
is something wrong? You've got to come quickly. I believe the queen is a danger to herself at the moment. She needs you. She's in the graveyard.
Let's go.
Take me to her. Exactly, yeah. Like, if I do show off flaws, it's not out of any, like, desire to break the game down or to, you know, to make it look bad. It's just like, haha, look, this is funny. And I know that, like, a couple of the devs are watching, or they have been watching, they've been lurking in chat, and, like, I'm sure that, like, me running into bugs on a live stream is just like, oh god, why? Just giving them heart attacks. I'm sorry.
Gerta.
Look at me. I can't. What's going on? She's been like this, mute since, well, she won't speak to anyone. I can imagine not. She's just lost her son. Is that Ophelia?
Ophelia.
Ophelia. He's dead. My little boy is dead. And he died hating me. I saw his face. Yeah. Oh no, they definitely listen to me. And yeah, no, you're right. Like, it's not possible to fix absolutely everything before launch. You gotta prioritize things. I totally understand. And there are plans to do patches and stuff to fix stuff down the line. So it's likely that any bugs you see now are probably going to be fixed later. So if you buy this game, you'll probably end up with an even more solid build than you're seeing tonight.
Oh, nice. I want to see some malfeasance.
And he died hating me. I saw his face. How can that be possible?
Nah,
How can the little boy I poured my heart into want to hurt me so much? They bore him barefaced on the bier, and in his grave rained many a tear.
My lady.
I'm so sorry, my lady. This is all my fault. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can... I mean, no game is ever truly finished. You can keep, like, iterating and fixing bugs, and you'll never get everything. And yeah, it just becomes unsustainable after a while. You gotta release at some point, or else you'll never make any money. That's the way of all things. All you can do is try and give yourself as much time as you possibly can, and just do your best and fix everything you can fix, and that's kind of the beauty of today's digital distribution. Is patches are so much easier to put out than they used to be back in the day. When I remember, you'd have to buy physical copies of games, and you'd have like actual game discs that you put in your computer, and if your game disc was broken, then you were shit out of luck. And unless the devs were like, okay, here's a new version of this game, and we'll send it to you because you bought this broken copy, which happened occasionally, but it's way easier now. Yeah, right, if they existed at all. Sometimes you were just stuck with a broken-ass game. And people complain about, like, oh, lazy devs putting out buggy games. Yeah, but, I mean... And I complain about that too, to be honest. Like, I'm guilty of that as well, but it's not so much laziness as, like, okay, it's like the lesser of two evils, mostly. It's like, okay, we'll put out as best we'll do the best we can, and then we will patch, which is good. It's much better than just throwing the game out there and then never patching. So it's a two-edged, double-edged blade. You gotta balance things. It's a hard line to walk. Oh my god. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, Bungie, why? Anyway, let's continue with this tragic scene. I'm so sorry, my lady. This is all my fault.
It's useless.
It cannot be your fault, my sweet. I had hoped you would be my daughter in marriage someday. Now that day will never come to pass. My lady, we shall all reunite with our departed loved souls in heaven above. Until then, we shall pray for the boy he was.
Good night, sweet prince.
Aye, my prince. He may have been led astray in the end, but we will remember him as he was before.
Gertrude.
It had to be done. I killed him for you. Why did you run from me?
You!
Ophelia, please don't let him near me.
Claudius!
Not another step, Claudius.
No.
You are my wife. I made a vow to protect you, and I'll uphold that vow no matter what.
Hail, Claudius.
Oh shit, look who it is! What?
Hail the brother you killed.
My God.
What is that? The spirit?
Oh, brother.
You cannot escape the eye of heaven, brother. I came not to bring peace, but to bring a sword.
Murder.
And now you have murdered my son. My only child, my greatest treasure. This is madness. This isn't...
Come on, then.
I put you in the grave once, and I'll damn well do it again.
Die.
Rah! Die! Huh! Oh god, you killed Horatio. Horatio! Another great laugh. The voice acting in this game is pretty solid. Like, there's not a whole lot of it, but like, even just the little incidental VOs, so good. There's another laugh. We heard Hamlet's maniacal cackle earlier. We just heard the ghost laugh. There's another laugh much later on that I won't tell you who does it, but it's amazing. It's like my favorite voiced bit in the whole game, basically. It's so good. Look upon me. Did Christ not say, surely I am with you always? As am I with you. My black touch descends on your sullied court.
Why?
Why are you doing this?
Ophelia.
Ophelia. He's a ghost sword to kill a ghost. Or root beer. Quick, get me some root beer. How strange and peculiar that you and I should meet now, at the end of time, at the end of this world.
Dawn approaches.
Find me on the first night. You are too late for this fragment to exist. It will soon melt.
Ah!
Die, damn you! Die, die, die! The ghost has made itself known. Yeah, like I always love games that have like not fully voiced, but just like a few like words here and there. I think it's a really nice like kind of compromise between full voice and not full voice. It can add like just that little bit of flavor, just enough to really kind of make you invested in the characters. It's nice, and it's a cheaper option, I guess. I don't know exactly how long this game is. It really depends on how you play it.
I have seen that pop up before.
So I can tell you right now that I have played 250 hours of this game, and that's just testing it. If you know what you're doing, you can play from start to end game in maybe like 45 minutes to an hour. Like again, if you know exactly what you're doing and you like kind of speed run it, but to see everything in the game, it's way longer than that. There's a ton of stuff to discover.
Quince?
Had quite a nasty surprise back there, didn't you? I see you become acquainted with a good friend of mine. King Hamlet. I thought he was dead.
Ooh.
Oh, he was. Is. But death isn't quite so linear as all that, as you've no doubt observed. You see, you both share some unfinished business, as do I. What business is that? The same business which keeps you trapped in this world, repeating indefinitely. And so shall it continue until you follow this thread where it might lead.
Wait.
What's happened to Hamlet? His eyes, they're empty.
Ah.
He is, shall we say, on pause. One moment. There we are. His death! I've seen it with my own eyes! And the traitor is my own blood and my mother! Oh, dear God, my mother!
Worms. Worms and wriggling earth.
All I could see is bile and rot everywhere.
Listen.
Hamlet, your father's ghost? I've seen him too.
What?
I believe you, Hamlet. I believe you saw your father's spirit. You're not insane. You? Now tell me, where did you see the spirit and when? Midnight, on the walls. It was around the witching hour. But how did you... Midnight on the walls. That's what he said. Such a feeble, tender-hearted boy, that one. I should leave you to it then.
Till then.
You know where to find me, as always. Oh, really? That is cool. I did not know that, Zwiebelgeist. I always kind of wondered where the root came from in root beer. That's cool. I don't like root beer anyway. Does she weigh the same as a duck? All right. On that intriguing note, where we have discovered the ghost and Quince as usual being a dodgy bastard, I'm going to stop there for the night. I hope you have enjoyed this look at Elsinore. This extra long stream. I don't usually stream this game. And to those of you, the two of you who won the game keys, congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. And to everyone else, strongly encourage you to check this game out. Buy it on Steam or itch, or wait for sales. Sales are good too. Yeah. Oh yes, I've heard many stories about that monkey wrench puzzle. That is an excellent example of why localization is important. And it would need to be like translated properly in other languages in a way that would still lead you to that solution. Translation is very important in games, and localization is also very important. Okay, so I'm not going to be doing a stream tomorrow because I got something else to do. So so I guess I will not be seeing you again until next week. Monday we'll continue my fail playthrough of Robin Hood, of Conquest of the Longbow. And then after that, we'll move on to Conquest of Camelot. And yeah, and then on Tuesday, we'll probably go back to Thief.
I want to get it fully mastered.
And I don't know about Wednesday. I might just not be streaming on Wednesdays for a while, but we'll see. So yes, let's see. I'll go ahead and I'll private message the two of you who won the game keys. And let's see who's streaming something good. Ooh, Enemy is streaming Bloodstained. Let's go watch some Bloodstained. Bloodstained is awesome. A hood, a Robin Hood. All right. So yes, again, thank you so much for coming. Hope you enjoyed Elsinore. Those of you who, yeah, it seems to have gone over well. So yeah, I have run out of things to say. So please enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you as always for coming, and I will see you next week. Later, everyone.
Nice. Maybe he's...
Yes. There we go.